Republican Party. And so there are a number of people we're going to be hearing from the podium today. Also, a number of people we'll be talking to. Senator Cory Booker is here. But first up, we have former U.S. Senator Doug Jones, who's running for governor of Alabama. Senator Jones, glad to have you here. This literally is, and I've been saying it's a state of emergency, and what they're doing, this is an existential threat to black political power all across the South.
Yeah, you know, Roland, you're absolutely right. I mean, I was telling folks earlier, it's just stunning that we're here. 60 years after the Voting Rights Act signed, years after it was renewed and by an almost unanimous Congress twice, and we're here today having to have this demonstration and rally to protect voting rights. It's really stunning, but you're absolutely right about who this affects. It is primarily the black population, and you're going to lose representation, no question. But this affects everyone. This is a Supreme Court. This is a legislature that is taking and rolling back everyone's rights these days. Are we good?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And you know, it's funny when you rattled off the states. It's the states of the old Confederacy. The very states that the Voting Rights Act was designed to say, you can't do what you've historically...
Senator Hold Jones, 1 second. Guys, what's going on? Why I don't have a 2-shot of the senator? I only got a 1-shot. Okay? What is going on? Okay, I need folks to wake up in the control room. So please, let's go. All right. You were talking about, go right ahead.
Yeah, you know, this is the states of the old Confederacy who are rushing to do all of this. And we've got, I really believe, Roland, that there are people of goodwill in this state that are going to rise up. This is also fairness. This is about, and I don't think people are going to stand for it.
Well, the thing here is, and what I've said to people, one, we've been calling this. We've been saying this was coming. We've been saying this was going to happen. And a lot of people, a lot of folk didn't believe it.
Right.
A lot of folk were like, well, you know, we're not sure. And I'm saying it absolutely is going to happen. Actually, we're going to do this here. Okay, we're having a slight technical issue, and I see the delay there. And so let me do this here. I'm going to go to commercial break. Control room, if y'all can go ahead and go to commercial break. Then we're going to come back. We're going to make sure that we get the signal straight as we're live here from Montgomery.
They've been trying to erase black political power since Reconstruction. Now the Supreme Court is helping them finish the job. First came Shelby County versus Holder in 2013, the ruling that gutted the Voting Rights Act. Then came Brnovich in 2021, another ruling, another piece torn away. Now comes Calais, the case civil rights leaders warned could cripple the last major federal protection against racial vote dilution. And within days, Tennessee eliminated its only majority black congressional district. Louisiana, South Carolina, Alabama. The same strategy is spreading across the South. The old Jim Crow used poll taxes and literacy tests. The new Jim Crow uses gerrymandered maps, voter roll purges, polling place closures, and court rulings that make black communities politically invisible. 1965 was Freedom Summer. This is Freedom Summer 2.0, because they are still trying to erase black political power, and we will not bow.
Folks, we've been predicting this day was going to happen. We have talked about the consistent attack on African Americans and voting rights and black political power. Well, the right-wing Supreme Court today, in a 6-3 decision, determined the Louisiana versus Cali case that actually is going to have a major impact on congressional seats, state rep seats, state senate seats, county commissioner seats, city council seats, where race was used in the creation.
It's like you have rights on paper, but no remedy in fact. The court has made it incredibly difficult.
All right, folks, we're live back in Montgomery, so I wanted to make sure we had that technical issue fixed. It is now taken care of. Senator Jones, what I said to folks was, look, we knew what was coming down. We could not trust this court. And again, the only way we can respond to this is at the ballot box. And so that means that we have to have a massive, massive, massive registration effort.
Yeah, two things. We absolutely need to get people registered. Our primary is May 19th. So it's late for that, but people need to register for November. But as importantly, in states like Alabama, we need to get those who are registered engaged. We've got to have a massive turnout, not just registration. Alabama is one of those states that rarely turns out 50% of the vote. If we can get a record turnout, we can win this race up and down the ballot. So registration, engagement, getting to the polls in November. That's what we got to have.
Well, one of the things that I've said is that how I look at elections. I see voting as the end of the process. Before that is registration. Before that is really enlightening, engaging, and informing people, walking them through, connecting the dots, trying to get them to understand what's at stake.
You know, look, so many people, Roland, have not lived in the society of Jim Crow. Nobody understands. They think they take your vote for granted. And so it's easy to say, my vote doesn't count in Alabama. This proves your vote counts. This proves you've got to use your vote as your voice. And the more voices we can get out there, the more changes we can make so that we can stop this and move Alabama, the South, and the nation forward.
So, again, the primary in Alabama is when?
Primary is Tuesday, May 19th, this coming Tuesday.
And so then, as soon as that is over, it is then completely focused on registering folks for November, right, and then driving them to the polls. Right. Because when you look at the numbers, the votes are there. The numbers are there.
100%. You know, look. When I ran in 2020 and I lost my re-election, I still got 920,000 votes. That's enough to win any governor's race in history of Alabama. So those votes are there. Those votes are there, and I believe, Roland, that they are growing. I think the independence in a state like Alabama has grown because people are just not happy with what they see, the direction of the state, the direction of the country.
Okay. All right. Well, Senator Jones, listen, I keep telling folks, it's all hands on deck.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks for everybody coming out here. Find another one wherever you can. Let's get people engaged. Get them out to vote. Vote like your life depends on it, because it does.
All right, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All
right, thank you very much, folks. They are starting the pay from the stage, and so let's do this here. They're going to open this with prayer. So let's go to this feed from the stage. Let's go to the feed from the stage.
Lift up a sound one time for the AME church that's here.
Gather at this moment in salvific history at the Alabama State Capitol, mindful that generations before us marched, prayed, cried, bled, and even died, so that democracy might live and justice might roll down like waters, and righteousness like a mighty stream. We pray now for the state of Alabama and for this nation. Touch every elected official. Move in the hearts of every judge. During this uncertain season, be with every congressional leader, every single legislator, and every person entrusted with leadership. God, we ask of you that you turn hearts toward fairness, equity, compassion, and truth. And even now we ask of you on today, let no law suppress the vote of the people. Let no scheme that comes from high and wicked places weaken the rights for which our foreparents sacrificed. Let no spirit of racism, hatred, greed, or corruption prevail over the spirit of justice and human dignity. Remind every congressional leader and every state legislator that they have been called for such a time as this. In this crucial and critical hour, history will remember not the speeches they made, but the courage they demonstrated, the justice they defended, and the people they chose to serve. This is not a season for silence. This is not our moment of hesitation or walk the slippery slopes of political convenience. This is a moment that demands moral clarity, righteous leadership, and steadfast commitment to protecting dignity, rights, and voices of all people. For the word of God reverberates through the canyons of our souls, where it reminds us, if my people who are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, forgive their sin, and heal the land. So we declare and decree that our land stands in need of healing. We declare and decree, heal the divisions that separate black and white, rich and poor, urban and rural. We declare and decree, heal the hatred that still poisons hearts and cloud judgment. Heal the broken places in our democracy where too many voices feel silenced and unheard. Heal leaders who have lost their moral compass and forgotten that leadership is service. Now, God, as we end this prayer, when we leave this place, remind us that our moral obligation does not end when the prayer is over and the marching is done. Let this march stir within us a deeper commitment to organize, mobilize, and stand together for justice. And may we never forget that our voices must not only be heard in the streets through protest and witness, but also at the ballot box during the primaries beginning this week and general elections across this nation in November. Have your way through this country. Move like never before. Allow your deliverance to take place. Allow your anointing to take place. Allow you to stand tall in us. And when you do, not if you do, we'll be careful to give you the praise, the honor, and the glory. For it is in Jesus' name we pray. And all of God's people made a joyful noise unto the Lord by saying amen. Amen. Say it one more time. Now say it like you really mean it.
Now let the church say amen, amen. So listen, we should all officially at this point feel welcome, but just in case, do me a favor, look at the person next to you and say, welcome to All Roads Lead to the South. Now we heard Bishop, today is about justice, say justice. Today is about freedom, say freedom. Today is about righteousness, say righteousness. Today is about representation, say representation. Today is about victory. Now if you got the victory, I need you to shout like you got it. Because look, y'all, it's something about when believers, when activists, with organizers, when coalitions get into one place on one accord. I just got word, 160 organizations are represented on today. More than 3,000 people are registered. There are nearly 100 satellite events that are happening all across the country. Because we know what happens in Alabama also impacts what? Louisiana and Georgia and Mississippi and so on. And so I need you to lean a little bit. I need you to lean a little bit because justice is leaning in our direction. And I'm excited to introduce this next person. Y'all make some noise for Bishop William Murphy.
Good morning, family. Let's raise up our national anthem. Lift every voice and sing the words of James Weldon Johnson. Come on, my friend. Let's sing it together. You know the words. Let's raise it up all over this city until they hear it in D.C., until they hear it in the White House, until they hear it in your house. You know the words. Bump your neighbor. Say, let's lift our voices and sing. Are you ready, family? Here we go. Everybody sing. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. And let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. I need the city to sing a song. Come on, y'all. Sing a Number 2, stony the rod we trod, road we trod, bitter the chastening rod. Felt in the days when hope, in the days when an unborn had died, unborn had died, yet with a steady beat, hath not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers have sighed. Here we go. Let's go to the chorus. We have come, sing. We have come over a way that the tears has been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out from the gloomy past, till now we stand where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. It's the last time, verse number 3. God of our weary years, weary, God of our silent tears, thou who has brought us thus far on the way, far on. Thou who has by thy might, led us into the light, keep us forever. If it takes another 60 in the path we pray, here we go. Lest our feet stray, sing. Lest our feet from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Here we go. Shadowed beneath thy hand, and may we forever, true to our God, true to our native land, Will you clap your hands and give the Lord praise?
How y'all feeling? Y'all still feeling good? Listen, we a big family now, and we want to spread the word around the entire world because we know what the U.S. Supreme Court said, but we recognize that the power is with the people. Can you say the power is with the people? Which of my brother right here is ready? Where you from, brother? Come on, my brother is from Selma, Alabama. With your fist in the air, say the power is with the people. Absolutely. And so we know the courageous acts that took place on the bridge, but how many of you know
the numbers? I was really upset with 18 to 39. 55% of the people who voted were 65 plus. 18 to 39 represented only 9% of everybody who voted early. What has to be done to get the largest demographic to understand that they can't be the smallest voting demographic, but they're the largest voting demographic?
That's a really great question. It's also good to see you.
to take righteous?
Folks are not listening to what the solution is.
We have a leader here who, in the words of Old Crusher, ain't never scared. He's actually from my home city.
If you go to a state school. Yeah, same as in Texas. Right.
Carolina, where our students on the campus are experiencing redistricting, and they can't even have the same ballot box in the look. Look,
I got it.
And you got to be able to have ballot boxes on campus so that students can easily participate. We got to make it so that campuses right now are afraid to even engage in politics because they think it's political. Nonpartisan voter registration is not a political issue.
Now, that's the folks who are in college.
Yes.
What about those folks who are not in college?
So that's the first level, because and also you said interim. I'm the executive director now.
Okay, well you didn't tell me.
So number two, I didn't tell you that. I didn't say that. Yeah, tag off interim. I'm the executive director. But here's what we got to do for young folks. We got to stop trying to use celebrities and elected officials who are scaring us about what could happen if we don't vote and start telling us what they're going to promise us so that people turn out to vote. That's why we're seeing victories on the local level, is because people are speaking to the issues that people are saying: affordability, gas, student loan debt cancellation, making sure that everybody has affordable and accessible health care, talking about good jobs, because a lot of students just graduated right now and they don't have work to go to. So we want to be able to talk about the issues that people want to see on an agenda, not the things that people are scared of to try to turn them out, because they're not going to do that anymore.
Hold tight 1 second. I want to go back to the main stage. Birmingham Mayor Randall Woodfin is now speaking. Let's go to the main stage.
Doors. Yesterday, I spent hours on the ground listening to residents in this state. And what they require of us in this moment is to not take it lying down. It requires us to organize. It requires us to put our tennis shoes on and knock on doors. It requires us to be at every church and every campus and every union hall organizing across this state. The changes we have to see in this state won't just happen if only Birmingham and Montgomery and Mobile and Huntsville show up. Marion, Alabama, Anniston, Alabama, Lowndes County, all of the Black Belt, all of us organizing. Let's remember, we are descendants of real foot soldiers. Foot soldiers, some of them at the age of 10, 11, and 12, who were not afraid of dogs, not afraid of fire hoses. We have to remember who we are. And so, before I give this mic up, I give you my honest, sincere charge to every person that descended on Montgomery, Alabama today. This race, this fight we're in is more than about May 19th. This fight is more than about the first Tuesday of November of 2026. We're in this fight for the long game. And that requires you to not give up. That requires you to know how to fight, not just to fight, but how to fight. And it requires you, this moment requires you not to be silent. It requires you not to give up. And to not only have hope, but to turn that into something tangible. You heard that, brother? The shirt says it all. All roads lead to the south. And I got a point. Y'all have heard it before. The South got something to say. The South got something to say. We're not going back. So y'all with us? I said we're not going back. Are you with us? We are not going back. Are you with us? Then let's get to work. Thank you.
Right now, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker. Senator Booker, glad to see you here. I've made it clear, and I've been saying it over and over again, that this generation has to understand the existential threat to the future of Black America with what is happening right now in this country politically.
Well, first of all, this is about the future of America, period, because there is no democracy for some and not for others. We have echoes now of the post-Reconstruction period, where they are drawing maps with surgical precision, just like they did in other games in the post-Reconstruction period, to deny blacks the right to vote. That is a true hit to our democracy, and it's a further decline of our freedoms. So I owe a debt. I'm a descendant of a slave that's now serving in the Senate. I owe a debt. There are martyrs of the movement. The ground we walk on was watered with the tears and blood of our ancestors. This is a question. What will we do in our time to match their courage and match their strength that gave us the democracy that we now enjoy that's being taken away from us?
See, that's why when I hear people say we are not our ancestors, my response is, you're right. Because you're not responding like our ancestors responded. And so this is this generation's moment. We can continue to talk about Fannie Lou Hamer, Dr. King, Ralph Abernathy, Constance Baker Motley. We can name all of those, Ella Baker, all of those folks. I'm saying, but 30 years from now, are we going to still be using those names or mentioning people today?
Well, I was talking to Brother Warnock in the Senate, and he said, I used to always say in my speeches, people are going to have to wonder what they would have done if they were in those positions. We don't have to wonder anymore. We're in that position. What the Supreme Court is doing is like what they did in Plessy versus Ferguson.
I call them the extreme court.
Well, we've seen them before try to take away or deny rights. Dred Scott, Korematsu, I could go through the cases, now Calais. But all of those other times, great leaders rose up, foot soldiers rose up to take back our rights, to secure our rights. The question is right now, are we going to sit back and simply wonder what's happening with our rights, or are we going to stop them? And we have the power. Our ancestors proved it. They made a way out of no way. We have all the power we need. The only thing that will stop us from stopping them is a participation. It's too many people on the sidelines, too many people not realizing the urgency of the moment.
Yeah, and what I've consistently said and yelled and screamed, this moment requires the largest black voter registration since the 65 Voting Rights Act. And what I've said to white folks, I need y'all registering white folks. This ain't just about us carrying this burden.
Yes, and it didn't in the past. The civil rights movement was a moment of some of the greatest political leadership our country's ever seen. Black folks from Ella Baker to Fred Shuttlesworth, but there were also a lot of white folks, Asian folks, Latino folks. It was a rainbow coalition. Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner, black and white, Christian, Jewish, died together for voting rights in Mississippi. That's what we need right now, that kind of commitment, that kind of people answering the call to courage.
Now, nonpartisan one thing, but the reality is what we are seeing with this MAGA Republican Party and their policies. So it's not just a question of saying we need you to vote. It's looking at the actual policies that are being passed that are anti-black. Project 2025 was filled with a lot of anti-black stuff.
Look, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, they're saying the quiet part out loud. As soon as they got in, they fired not only qualified African Americans, but some of the most qualified people that have ever held positions, from the Congressional Library, the Library of Congress, all the way to leaders in our military. They've been targeting African Americans. They've been trying to do everything they can to cut off research for black maternal mortality. They're doing everything they can to make this not a level playing field, not a meritocracy, but to stop African American equality. And now the Supreme Court, comprised of people he put on it, that would do his bidding, that would do things like this. They're advancing that call. All of these are signs of a democracy in decline. When you're so afraid of black voters, when you're so afraid of fair elections, that you're going to do everything you can to rig the map to stop black people from participating, then you know that we have the power. And now we have to respond with the power of the people that I still believe is greater than the people in power.
And the thing is, this is called All Roads Lead to the South, because even if we look 4 years ahead, 2030 census, blue states are projected to lose 11 to 14 congressional seats. Those are coming to southern states. So if there is this is absolutely a moment where, frankly, Democrats, if you want to be in the future, they're going to have to massively invest in southern states. But the thing is not just, and this is, and I'll be very specific, what I've been saying to these white consultants, stop thinking it's all television. If you do not put money on the ground, on the streets, in communities, with activists, touching people, and not September, October, no, it has to be January, February, March, April, May, year round, because you got to educate folks on the issues. We live and breathe this stuff. The average person doesn't.
Okay. You've been actually saying this a long time. I don't mean to use this metaphor in any way about you being sick, but you've been the canary in the coal mine, chirping away and showing signs that there's a problem far before we saw it. When you don't cultivate your democracy, in times that you think are good, you will lose your democracy when things are bad. And so that's the problem. We have been taking places for granted. The Democratic Party hasn't been investing like they should in Mississippi, in Alabama, in Louisiana. Oh, those are red states. No.
Give it up on Florida.
Oh. So I think this is not a left-right movement. Our democracy, our democratic rights are intrinsically tied to one another's rights. As James Baldwin said, when they came after Angela Davis, he said, if they come for you in the morning, they're going to come for me at night. So every other group in America, if you think this is just happening to black folks, you have no understanding of how fascism works. You didn't watch what happened over in Hungary when they started taking away rights and all the people that got hurt. But what happened in Hungary can be instruction to us, because even with them doing all these things to rig it so Viktor Orban could stay in office, they had record turnout,
massive,
that swept him out of office and restored their democracy, or going towards restoring their democracy. So that's what we have to know right now. We can do this, but we got to do it.
Absolutely. It's called getting to work. Senator Booker,
thank you.
I appreciate it.
I'll see you soon.
And y'all, you can tell Senator Cory Booker is from New Jersey, because no sane black person will come to the South in 90-degree weather wearing black shoes. Hey! Wearing black shoes, black pants, black jacket, black shirt. You need a black hat? I mean, I know you want to be black. Wear some light colors. I appreciate it.
Stay strong. Stay strong. Power to the people. Thank you.
Y'all, as Senator Cory Booker, we appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch, sir. Folks, there's a lot of more people out here who we're going to be talking to. They're making some introductions on the main stage. Go back to the main stage.
Wondered what you would do in the movement. If you ever wondered what you marched. If you ever wondered at all, we have a medical emergency, y'all. We got a medical emergency. We need medical care right here in the front.
Medics to the front.
Right to the front. Hurry up. We got a medical emergency. Medics to the front. Medics to the front. We got a medical emergency. We got to make time for this. It is hot out here.
Let's clear it. Let's clear it for medics. Here we go.
Let's make room for the medics to come on in. You all put your hands out to this sister right here in the front. Right here, we believe in Jesus. We believe today that she will be healed. It is hot out here, but we know with the masses here, God will bring the water, the cool, whatever we need to heal and cool her. All of my believers in the house, please put your hands this way. Put your hands this way. We got to take care of our seniors here. This is someone who actually marched the streets and walked so we can stand here and do this today. Y'all give it up for her. Y'all put your praying hands together. All right, come on, medics. They're going to bring her over.
That's Miss B.
Come on, Miss B. Williams. That's for praying folks. Her name is B. Williams from Georgia. B. Williams from Georgia. Where my Georgia legislators? We got to help. My Georgia legislators are here right now, here with us. All right, Miss B, we got you covered in the blood of Jesus right now. She is covered. Y'all just get her cool. Hey, amen. Hey. Amen. Everybody say amen. Amen. Hey.
Joining us right now, Dr. Marcus Castor is one of the plaintiffs in the Allen versus Castor case for the longest. So when we go back, Brown versus Board of Education, you go through the 50s and 60s, federal courts. That's really where African Americans were winning to enforce the Constitution. The right wing saw that. Federalist Society said we need our own judges. And so what we have seen is an infiltration of hard right judges, and they're the ones who are ruling against African American voting rights up and down, and now they are dominating the Supreme Court.
Right, they are. And that's the thing.
Hold the mic up, there you go.
We have to get to the United States Supreme Court. You know, that's where the rulings happens. That's where the most important things happen when it comes to black and brown people. Black people, the Brown versus the Board of Education, We needed that, and right now we need this case right now. The U.S. Supreme Court, they went back on the decision in the state of Louisiana and Caucus, but we want them to stick with it in the state of Alabama when it comes to Milligan v. Allen, Castor v. Allen, and Singleton v. Allen. We want to stick to the Alabama redistricting voter rights that they initially did in 2023.
Well, the thing that I always explain to people is for them to understand that you can't act like voting doesn't impact that. The reality is, when you vote, that determines who wins. And the reality is, a lot of people chose not to vote in 2016. Hillary Clinton, Trump wins. He ends up appointing 3 Supreme Court justices. That's the impact of voting.
It is, and that's why it's important for you, and I appreciate you for doing. Keep getting the voting information out there. We on the front line here as well. We're going to keep fighting. But we have to get our black people to get them out and vote, to let them know the importance of voting, because we are doing the same thing as what your frat brother, Dr. Martin Luther King, did for us. And we're doing the same thing as far as Reverend Jesse Jackson, John Lewis. You know, it's for this generation and the next generation and next, and for our youth and our kids. So we have to let them know the importance of getting out and voting and fighting for our democracy.
Now you know, your little Kappa brother's gonna be upset that you named Alpha, an Omega, and a Sigma, but you ain't mention them.
We got rap. Don't start rolling.
See, I caught you slipping. I caught you slipping.
No.
Wait a minute. Your frat brother, who was a pastor of the church here in Montgomery.
That's fine, rolling, but we good. I'm Cap Everside to the day I die, and I know you ain't fine. We good. We're in the fight together, my brother.
You know I had to mess with you on that one.
That's fine.
The other thing is this here, and I was saying, we've also got to get this next generation to understand that this is the moment, that they got to be in this. They can't keep complaining about older voters. Older folk are showing up. They're voting. They're out here. They got 18 to 39 got to be in this fight.
We have to be in the fight. We have to be in this fight. So I encourage you young people, get out and vote. We were raised up under a different generation. We were taught how to vote. And, our kids vote. We have to get everybody else out there and get their kids out and vote so everything will be just fine.
All right, Marcus, I appreciate it, my brother. Thanks so much. Keep up the fight.
Keep up the fight.
All right, folks, we're here in Montgomery. As you go, all roads lead to the south. You can go to the website, allroadsleadtothesouth.com. We've got, again, nearly 80 or 90 satellite offices. And so let's go to the our crane shot. And so, folks, there were 5,000 folks who registered. And so we've got folks all the way down the street here. We're, of course, here at the state capitol here in Montgomery. And so all the way down, we've got folks who are here who are holding signs saying no Jim Crow maps. We got folks who are saying protect our vote, black votes matter, all of that. And so the purpose of this, and I need people to understand what this is all about. Today is not just, hey, let's get together and have an event in Montgomery. Today is the kickoff of a national movement. This is the beginning of Freedom Summer 2026. This is the beginning of us having the largest black voter mobilization since the 1965 Voting Rights Act. When we talk about the attack in this country, we talk about the attack on this country. We're talking about Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. That's what's going on. Now, we've seen what happened in Virginia, where you have African Americans leading the House and the Senate. But folks, what this is about is for us, this generation. And y'all have heard me say this. We love to mention those names. Joanne Robinson and the Women's Political Council here in Montgomery. They're the ones who started the Montgomery bus boycott. We talk about Rosa Parks. We talk about Septima Clark, Diane Nash, all of these folks. Well, we got to understand that we got to be calling present day names. And there are people who are in the fight. You're talking about Damon Hewitt, Laws Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, Janae Nelson, NAACP, LD Up, Cliff Albright, Latasha Brown, Black Voters Matter, Tamika Mallory, Until Freedom, Tiffany Lofton. We can go on and on and on with the number of folks who are doing it. But we got to have more. We got to have more people engaged, because you have to remember, Montgomery did not happen. Montgomery did not happen. Montgomery did not happen without people who are on the ground. Montgomery
Montgomery did not happen. Montgomery did not happen without people who were foot soldiers. No, Montgomery,
We gotta protect the vote, y'all.
Montgomery did not happen. Selma did not happen. Birmingham did not happen. Albany did not happen. All of these places did not happen unless there were regular, ordinary people who were on the streets, who were showing up, people who risked their jobs, people who risked their lives to do what's right. The reality is they did all of that for us. They understood that they might not be the ones who benefit from this. They might not be the ones who are able to stand up and take advantage of these rights. But they wanted to ensure that their children and their grandchildren, and what we are seeing today by MAGA Republicans in this country is the massive rollback. It is the targeting of African Americans. They are targeting black political rights. They're targeting black education. They're targeting black economics. They're targeting black health. They're targeting every aspect of black America. They cannot stand the success of the black political infrastructure in the last 60 years. And so it is a complete undermining of what we have fought for. It is a complete undermining of everything that we have died for. And so we cannot take this for granted. And I know there are people out there, and I hear y'all, we all say, well, nothing has changed. That's not true. People say, well, I haven't seen this. Well, guess what? You got to fight for that. You got to put something on the line for that. You can't just say, well, I'm not going to vote till I see it. Let me tell you right now, you are guaranteed never to see it if you don't vote. You are guaranteed to never see it if you sit elections out. 2008, 2012, black people showed our power when we turned out in massive numbers to elect President Barack Obama. We voted at a higher percentage than white voters for the first time in American history. And ever since 2012 and 2014 and 16 and 18 and 20 and 22 and 24, we've seen a decrease in black voter turnout every single election. That simply cannot happen. This is the year we have to turn that thing around and reverse that. We've got to get our black turnout above 60, 70, 80%. And where there are African Americans, what we've got to have, again, our people turning out in massive, massive numbers. That is what is required. And so that is what is necessary. And so what's happening right now, again, we have a medical emergency right in front of the stage. A person is being tended to. And so people got to understand it is hot out here. And so what we have to do is stay as cool as we possibly can. And that's our requirement. So that's what's going on. So we're waiting for the next round of speakers to come on out here. I see Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones over here. He's here. We're going to try to grab him to come over here. And so we have some other folks as well. You see many of those speakers that are on stage. And so we want to be able to talk to more of them. Again, I see Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed, who's here, so we'll be chatting with him a little bit later as well. And so let's go to the main stage. To the main stage.
Legislative Black Caucus, give it up for the Alabama Legislative Black Caucus, the soul of the Alabama legislature. So we're here collectively today, along with our sister states in the struggle. And what we're here to tell you today is that if you ever wondered, I'm looking at the mass of ages. I was born in 1973. And sometimes I've ever wondered, what would I have done if I would have been present and alive during the movement? Would I have marched? Would you have marched? Would I have participated in a boycott? Would you have done that? Would I be one of the lawyers that's filing those lawsuits? Would I be a freedom singer, singing and moaning for the movement like my grandfather? We're here to tell you, you don't have to wonder anymore. You don't have to wonder anymore. This is our time right now, and we are fired up and ready to go. So when I say fired up, you say ready to go. Fired up! Fired up! Fired up! Fired up! All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you now the chair of the Alabama Legislative Caucus from Mobile, Alabama.
My name is Napoleon Bracey Jr., and I'm the chair of the Alabama Legislative Black Caucus. And guess what? We saw this coming. A lot of y'all on your way here today, you passed the first White House of the Confederacy on your way here today. We knew they would do what they're doing, and they have the nerve to tell us that they could better represent us than we can represent ourselves. But let me tell you what we get when they represent us. We get racist ass maps when they represent us. Let me tell you what else we get when they represent us. We get poor education. We get our hospitals closing. We don't expand Medicaid. They bust up our unions. We have a low minimum wage. All of these things is because they tried to represent us. But let me tell you one thing before I go. Hell no to taxation without representation.
No taxation without representation. 30 seconds if the delegation could go ahead and start making your way down.
Today, we're in a defining moment. Now, we're here gathering today, and we have a lot of excitement going on. But what are we going to do? In the state of Alabama, we have 619,000 African Americans that don't vote in every election. See, that's the difference between the governor's race. We, in the state of Alabama, they talk about my vote not going to matter, but why the hell are they working so hard to take it away? So, I got two messages for you today. Let's not sit down in November. Let's vote every time the polls open. Let's have an economic strategy. Let's support businesses that align with us, and let's support black businesses in the state of Alabama. Every movement began and ended with an economic power. So what are we going to do in November? Vote. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hello. Montgomery, make some noise. I am the one, the only state representative, Wonderland Gavan. And let me just tell you before they take the microphone, I need you all to understand that we are standing on holy ground. Say holy.
Holy.
Holy. We are standing on the ground that black hands helped to build. Say holy.
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 We are standing in a place where our ancestors once stood. Say holy. Holy. And we are standing in a place that we will not allow them to take us back. Say we are not going back.
We're 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 not going back. Make some noise.
State Representative Wonderland Lily Gavan, and I did approve this message.
Let's go. Make some noise if you're not going back. Speaking of not going back, we are moving forward. Cities like Montgomery are moving forward in an incredible way. Y'all show some love for the mayor of this great city. Come on, Mayor Stephen Reed. Let's go. Say we're not going back. Say we're not going back. When voting rights are under attack, what do? Stand up. We fight back. Let's go if you're ready to fight back. Listen, we have millions of folks who are watching, y'all. Look around and say, all eyes once again are on the South. Because we know the South has always been the battleground. But what I love about the South is we always meet the moment. Because we ain't never been scared. We always stand up. We always fight back. We always come together. And we always win, ain't that right? All right, we're going to keep it going. Mayor Reed, we waiting on you, Doug. Let's go. Montgomery, y'all show him some love.
How you doing? How's everybody? Welcome to the place where it all started. 1955, the birthplace of the modern civil rights movement. We are here because of them, and we will continue to be here because of them. And the next generation will be here because of us. So I welcome you to this city on behalf of our city council, on behalf of our residents, and everybody who has fought for freedom, justice, and equality in this country. It was just 61 years ago where a pastor by the name of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke to 25,000 people right here. And he asked the question, how long? Not long. How long? Not long. Because truth crushed to the earth shall rise again, and no lie can live forever. But it's up to us to make sure that we call the truth for what it is, and we call the lies for what they are. We're here in Montgomery not at a stopping point, but at a starting point. We are here in this city because of the spirit, because of the courage and the commitment of our forefathers and foremothers who got us to this point. The most multiracial, multicultural, multi-generational America that exists will not be silenced because of a select few that want to take us back. So we have come too far to turn back now. And we aren't going to let nobody turn us around. And so we're here with the spirit of those who have led, those who have bled, those who have fought, those who have kneeled, those who have pushed back, those who have sat in, those who have stood up, and those who have spoken out. So I welcome you to this city where history is always on top of our minds, where we are living history, but we have to make sure that we don't just end right here today. This has to go through Tuesday, primary day. We have to vote, we have to invest, and we have to partner and collaborate with those that partner and collaborate with us. If they do not share our values, if they do not share our vision, then we should not share our money. We should not share our action.
Come on.
And we have to make sure that from our standpoint right here in Montgomery, we send a message that we will not be silenced,
that's right.
We will not be suppressed, and we will not be shut down, because this is the beginning of a new movement, and with each and every one of you, this movement is going to surprise those who thought they had us down.
That's right.
And they're going to see just where we are.
That's
so
right.
Know that, welcome to this city, and let's continue to go back to your cities and your communities with this energy. Let's vote, let's invest, and if need be, let's boycott and let's sit in and do what we have to do to get our message through to this administration and those that support it. Thank you. Welcome to the Go.
Let's go, Gumptown. Listen, Mayor said we got to vote. Say we got to vote. Because we know that when we vote, we really do win. And shout out to the folks that were fighting for representation in Congressional District 2. Black folks, all folks showed out, and we were able to get equitable representation. Now, while the Supreme Courts and the courts are trying to erase our voice, they're trying to silence our voices, we ain't gonna let them. Look at your neighbor and say, we ain't gonna let them. And so here to talk a little bit more about the Allen versus Milligan case, I have a few plaintiffs. Y'all show some love for Kadita Stone along with Evan Milligan. Let's go.
Yeah. We actually
Shalila
got three. We got three of them. How y'all doing? Everybody say 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I like the energy. Kadita, set us off.
Yeah, so as y'all know, we proved in court that Alabama was racist in their maps, and we were able to win a 2nd congressional district, and the news that we found out of what they've done now is absolutely wrong. And as you know, our governor called a special session last week, but let me tell you what she ain't talk about. So she ain't talk about expanding Medicaid for everyday Alabamians. Mind you, we 1 in 3 states that don't have Medicaid expansion. Okay, she ain't talk about those rural hospitals that are closing, that's causing people in Alabama to drive an hour away to receive medical care, okay? She ain't talk about she ain't talk about why we got the highest power bills in the Southeast. We can fix that. We can fix that. She ain't talk about why we're the third highest state in the nation for maternal mortality rates for black women. She ain't talk about that. She ain't talk about why 50,000 Alabamians just lost SNAP benefits 2 days ago. She didn't talk about none of that, okay? And you know what? She also didn't talk about Lowndes County. She ain't talk about the issue of Lowndes County where people are drinking their sewage water and we can't get that fixed. So she doesn't care about the quality of life of everyday Alabamians. Instead, she decided to take away our black political power to choose who we want as representatives. And one thing I know to be true is that when we do not have a seat at the table, we are on the menu. So let's get out and do what we gotta do. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight.
All right, y'all, so the fight continues. Although we may not have gotten good news in the congressional maps, we need y'all to meet us in Montgomery next Friday on the 23rd. We are back in court. So we want y'all to help us pack the Vance courthouse. We are not going down without a fight. We are not going back to Jim Crow maps. And we need all y'all to stand alongside us next Friday in Birmingham at the Vance courthouse. Where are y'all going to be next Friday? Birmingham at the Vance courthouse. Thank you.
Beautiful people, Dr. Marcus Ellis Castor. I just want to thank you all so much. I want you all to continue to fight, continue to vote, teach our young kids to vote. Get them out so we are there for the next generation and the generation after that. Continue to push the voting narrative, but continue to raise our children upright. Love you all. Stay hydrated, stay safe.
Y'all show some love for the plaintiffs. We are grateful for their work. So as we can see, it is about litigation. It is about voter mobilization and grassroots organizations that are on the ground day in and day out. Next up, we have Monica Rowley, Executive Director of the Alabama Alliance, along with my good sister. I need them hands clapping. I need them hands clapping, that part. Rodrisha Glasgow, Executive Director of the Ordinary People Society. Let's go.
Hey, everybody, I don't hear enough noise. There we go, that's a little better. Hi, everybody, my name is Monica Riley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alabama Alliance. And we're going to take just a second to go down memory lane. So 61 years ago, a tired man stood on these very steps behind me. He had just walked 54 miles. The state of Alabama had done everything it could to stop him. And when he finally stood his ground, right where you are, he looked out at the people who had marched through tear gas, water canyons, state troopers, and he asked a simple question: how long? And then he had a revelation, and this is a part that isn't spoken about quite often, but he remembered that strangely, the climatic conflicts have always been fought and won on Alabama soil. There we go. We have always been their testing ground here. Suppress the votes, redraw the maps, dismantle the law. That's their entire playbook. They keep running the same play because they don't have another one. That is not power. Hear me say, that is not power. That is being a coward. If Alabama can be used to test drive attacks on our democracy, then Alabama can be used as a blueprint for resistance. If they can organize to take power, then we will organize to protect it. And so I want to talk just a moment to the everyday people who are here, not the staffers, not the lobbyists, the everyday people who realize that I may not know all of the details, all of the bill numbers from last week, but I don't need to know that something is wrong. I don't need to know that suppression is here. You don't have to work in politics. This movement belongs to the people.
That's right.
It belongs to the people that we love back home. It belongs to the parent that has to choose.
We're joined right now by one of our...
Who's on the table? The teachers fighting like hell to make sure our babies can still learn the truth. The neighbors who organize because their communities deserve safe streets and clean water. These are not radical ideas. This is what the American promise is. So these people, these same people are betting that y'all feel too tired.
That's right. They call it lawfare sometimes, but the reality is we are at war. And when I say that, I mean that we are literally fighting for fundamental rights, for rights that were already fought for, already won, already paid for with blood, sweat, and sacrifice, and yet we are retreading the same ground. And we as our ancestors are nonviolent and we're peaceful. Our greatest weapon is our intellect, our strategy, our perseverance, our resilience, and the fact that we know we are righteous in our cause and we will never give up. And that's how we win in court. That's how we win in the state legislatures. That's how we win with the people, because we have justice on our side.
Bad that the Supreme Court is actually, I think they had heard it the other day, their efforts to even stop groups like yours from filing lawsuits. I mean, these folks, I keep warning people, this is not small things. This is all out political, economic, civil, massive warfare on every front.
Warfare. We know that they are trying to deny the ability of our children and the next generation of all Americans to understand the history of this country, to understand that it took this type of mass mobilization to create the democracy that we all now just take for granted. And in order to maintain it and to keep it, all of us are going to have to fight for it. This cannot be a black people only struggle, because we did that once, and we're not doing it again by ourselves. We had allies before, but now we need a mass movement. A democracy majority has to come together and fight for this country.
I said, this is mostly black folks. I said, we know what we about to do. I said, I need y'all to go rid of some white folks. I said, I remember I told Senator Bernie Sanders in his office, I said, you need to be talking to white people, I said, in these places. I said, because they're getting screwed by policies. I said, you keep criticizing, all different things. I said, no, bruh. I said, I need you talking earnestly to white people.
Is they use anti-black racism to feed the masses their own demise. They tell them that we are a threat, immigrants are a threat, black people are a threat, and they use the tropes of criminalization and poverty. And they do that to cover up all the corruption and the side dealing and the grift that is happening before our eyes. So I have to believe that the American people can be smarter than that. They haven't proven themselves yet, but they have to get smarter, because they are picking your pockets by telling you to look at us.
We're looking at, what is utterly illogical. To watch, I call them an extreme court, to watch them make a decision in December and say, oh, it's too close to the election in Texas, with the primary was in March. They said in December, oh no, March is too close. But Louisiana had already sent ballots out. They said, oh yeah, y'all can go ahead. Alabama, yeah, y'all can go ahead. And it's like, wait a minute. You just said in December that 3-4 months was too close. You're allowing them when ballots have already been sent out and returned. Like, that is inexplicable.
It is inexplicable. And people are always asking me to try to make sense of it, right? Like, what's the reasoning? What's the rationale? What's the logic? There is none. And I have to say that I defend the courts. I believe that they are still a powerful vehicle for change. But when they act up, when they are indefensible, I will be the first one to tell you. And right now, the Supreme Court's antics around voting are absolutely indefensible. This is an activist court. I love this idea of an extreme court, because they are the extreme Supremes right now. That conservative majority is extremist. Yes.
We can do whatever we want.
For now. For now. Because what they've done is they've awakened a sleeping giant. Because the people understand when they've been hoodwinked. They understand when their institutions have abandoned them. And we are now commemorating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And that very document tells us that when your government stands in the way of your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, you, the people, have the right to change it. And that's what our job is this November.
Well, I tell everybody, this is all hands on deck. Everybody has a role to play, and that's where we got to be right now. And I don't want to hear another young person or a middle-aged person say, oh, I'm tired, I'm sitting down. I'm like, listen, I gave your ass all of 2025, and I don't want to hear it then. I don't want to hear nobody saying, I'm tired, I'm sitting out right now.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I do understand how people can feel frustrated with politics, right? How they can feel like it's not really delivering for them. But LDF is a nonpartisan organization. We believe in people's power, and the most powerful tool that every one of us has is the right to vote. And you can exercise it any way you want. But when someone tries to take it away, that should tell you how valuable it is. When they're trying to use all these tricks in the courts, in the legislatures, to keep you from your vote, you know you have something that is precious. And for you to let it go and sit and rot is on you. Absolutely. We can't afford it.
Absolutely. Janae Nelson, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Roland.
All right, thanks a bunch.
Always good to see you.
All right, folks, you can go ahead and take off. Grab your water with you. I'm going to bring in, we got a lot of folks waiting, Congressman Stephen Horsford of Nevada. He's also in one of the places. We're going to sit here, and also we're going to have Mayor Stephen Reed of Montgomery step on up right now. Congressman Horsford, glad to have you here. You're from Nevada. You got Aaron Ford running for governor there. And when we talk about, again, what's happening here, all road lead to the south, we've even seen this I call the extreme court, making voting rights decisions out of a case out of Arizona. And so folk got to understand, this is a north, south, east, west battle.
It's absolutely, I'm the first black elected representative to Congress from Nevada. Yes, we won through coalition, but we're one Supreme Court decision away from losing our power. It's our political power and our economic power. And I understand that I stand on the shoulders of those who came before me, but our job is to build power and make progress over time. And this Supreme Court, the corrupt administration, Republicans who are capitulating, are trying to take us backwards at a moment we're not going back.
Well, and the thing is, when I keep saying it's all hands on deck, it's literally all hands on deck. We need everybody fully engaged.
So that is why this march is so important, because they want us to believe we're powerless. They want to tell us to believe that there's nothing that we can't do. There is a lot that we can do. We can organize in this moment. We can register at this moment. We can show up in this moment. There are forces who want to take us back. They're the same forces who are trying to take us back economically. But our power is in our representation, not in them choosing our representatives, but in the people being able to choose it. And that is why we have to organize in this moment, and organize to turn out the biggest black turnout ever. It has to be too big to rig, because they want to steal this election, but we can't let them do that. And the people, the black communities all over the country will show up in numbers the likes the other side has never seen.
Absolutely, Congressman Horsford. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. We're going to go back to the main stage. Raquel Lumumba is speaking, and then we're going to come back here to talk to Mayor Stephen Reed. So let's go to the main stage.
Mississippi has always been more than a battleground. Y'all know that. Mississippi has been the testing ground for American democracy itself. Every major fight for voting rights in this country carries the fingerprints of black Mississippians who raised their jobs, who risked their safety, who risked their lives to make democracy real. From Fannie Lou Hamer in Sunflower County to Medgar Evers, organizing across the state, to Hollis Watkins organizing grassroots organizations in the Delta. Mississippi forced this nation to confront the truth. The Voting Rights Act did not emerge because America suddenly found its conscience. It emerged because ordinary black people in Mississippi, in Alabama, in Arkansas demanded it. And while we honor, that's right, and while we honor that victory, we also have to tell the truth. Y'all about telling the truth? The Voting Rights Act did not go far enough. And we have an opportunity now to push it to where it needs to be. Because access to a broken system is not the same thing as justice. Do we agree? So we are still fighting. We're fighting systems where black communities make up nearly 40% of communities, of the state, but political power and resources remain concentrated in the hands of the few.
So the question before us now is not simply how we protect democracy. The question is, what kind of democracy are we willing to build, right? So in Mississippi and across this nation right now, we have the opportunity, y'all, to demand more than survival. We can demand proportional representation. We can demand automatic voter registration and rights restoration so that participation is not treated like a privilege. We can demand a direct democracy that allows people, not just politicians and corporations, to shape the future of our communities. Because democracy should not begin and end every 4 years at the ballot box. As my father, the late Chokwe Lumumba, often reminded us, the people are the solution. And that means our task is bigger than defending the past. Our task is to build a democracy worthy of the people who bled to create it in the first place. Mississippi can once again lead this country forward, not because our struggle is small, but because our vision is big enough for all of us. So join us May 20th in Jackson, Mississippi. We asking all of y'all to descend on the South. May 20th, next Wednesday, come to Mississippi. We start here in Alabama, next Mississippi. Free the land.
Y'all show my good sis some love. Now listen, we've heard from Alabama. Alabama, make some noise. We've heard from...
Now talking to Montgomery Mayor Stephen Reed. Glad to have you here.
Oh, but now we got to shift down to Louisiana.
Came here to your city. This is a battle happening in Alabama, in Louisiana, in Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, all across the South. And what I have been consistently saying to people, everybody has a role to play. This ain't no, I can take it off.
So one time for Lakita.
Everybody has a role to play everywhere across this country because the right to vote is on the line. And it's not just the right to vote. People just say, well, it doesn't really matter who's in office. Well, that impacts your finances. It impacts your health care. It impacts your academics. It impacts your business. It impacts every facet of life that we're able to deliver at the local, state, and federal level to help people and assist people. And I think sometimes we've been a little cavalier about what the Voting Rights Act did for us. And I hope that this is a turning point that jars us and shakes us in a way that we need to not only carry out through May 19th in our primaries in Alabama, but all the way through November 2028, both politically and economically, as you've been saying.
What we're talking about here, and I'm trying to let people understand it, when you lose this type of black political power, that means you are potentially losing billions of dollars. Folks don't understand how politics works. The ability to slide something into a budget, the ability to be able to fund projects. And so all of a sudden, you wipe out 1924 CBC members and they're replaced by white Republicans. That's money that ain't coming to our community.
And that's the plan. And I think we have to understand that this is a sophisticated and calculated strategy. The question has to be, how are we going to respond? Because it cannot be to lay down. It cannot be to run away or duck and dodge what's in front of us. The people who marched from Selma to Montgomery did not do that. They didn't have the choice. We have to make sure we show the same courage and commitment to do what our ancestors did. And quite frankly, a lot of us talk about what we would have done then. Well, the question is what you're going to do now. And that's what we have to discuss, and that's what we have to act on, the strategy, the tactics, and the implementation to get it done at all walks of life. I don't care if you're elected, I don't care if you're appointed, or you're not involved at all. What is happening right now, as you have said about the defunding of Black America, is something that's going to impact each and every person, not just black people, each and every American in this country, regardless of what state they're living in.
Absolutely. Mayor Stephen Reed, I keep telling everybody, it's a battle. Your primary is in Alabama on Tuesday. After that, it's about getting to the business. We appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. I appreciate it. Let's go to the main stage, Pastor Jamal Bryant.
the road was going to be easy, but I don't believe God's brought us this far to leave us now. I want you to make some noise if you believe God is still with black people. Y'all didn't hear what I said. I said, if you believe God is still with black people, make some noise right now. I'm not talking about the God of Bull Connor. I'm not talking about the God of George Wallace. I'm not talking about the God of Paula White. I'm not talking about the God of Clarence Thomas. I'm talking about the God of Rosa Parks and Denmark Vesey and Sojourner Truth. God is the one who brought us this far. May is a mental health month. In 1850, Dr. Samuel Cartwright made up a disease called drapetopia. And he said drapetopia is a mental illness for black people who are enslaved and try to run away to be free. I called the CDC to let them know there's a pandemic in the South, because from Alabama to Louisiana to Tennessee to Georgia to South Carolina to North Carolina to Mississippi, I got black people who refuse to go back to bondage, and we are committed to being free. If you're committed to being free, make some noise right now. Today is the death of the Confederacy. Y'all didn't hear what I said. Today is the death of the Confederacy. They are trying to redraw our lines. They're trying to silence our voices. They're trying to misrepresent our representatives. They're trying to choose their own districts. But we have to remind America that we built this nation off of our blood, off of our sweat, and off of our tears. And if you can't give us reparations, the least you can do is give us our representatives. You ought to shout for your ancestors who were killed and massacred and were lynched and survived everything for us to get to this point. In the middle of COVID, they told us that we needed 2 vaccines. But I came to tell America black people got 3 shots of vaccines to deal with white supremacy in America. Number 1 is we've got to use our vote. Look at the person beside and tell them we got to vote. If our vote was not important, they wouldn't be trying to take it from us. We've got to go vote early, and we've got to vote often. We don't have to just vote for governor and Congress and for state representatives, but we need a new generation that will run for school board and for county commissioner and neighborhood association. I am tired of us just letting older people die with the torch in their hands. It's time for the new generation to take over. Would you please shout for the new generation of leaders that are coming forward? 635,000 young people are missing from the polls, and we need to stand up and vote. This is also the 60th anniversary of the Black Power movement, and so because of that, lift up your fist right now and shout with me. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud.
I'm black and I'm
Say
proud.
it loud.
Say it loud.
I'm black and I'm proud.
I'm black and I'm proud.
Go vote somebody.
Let's go. One time for Pastor Jamal Bryant, y'all. Now look, we are in Georgia, but I got to take it back one time for Mississippi. I introduced the band.
We're live. We're talking with Congresswoman Presley here in Massachusetts. Congresswoman, I try to walk folk through, although you're in Massachusetts, but we have to recognize that what happens here then impacts by wiping out black seats, whether you can actually be a committee chair or subcommittee chair, because if you're in a minority, you can't chair anything. So this wipeout can impact if you're a white Democrat, a Latino, or others, and that means power. That means resources, and that's why this matters.
Domino effect, you know, and we're agitating, we're organizing, we're mobilizing in righteous indignation, not in an appeal for charity or benevolence. This is not about zero representation or some representation. It's about fair representation. This is not about, you know, more diverse pictures. This is about when we don't have black representation, there are issues that are never called to the table, like the black maternal morbidity crisis, like the Crown Act, like the racial wealth gap, like the harm done by federal highways decimating black communities.
Oh, we just saw with the wipeout of Doge, all the billions that were going to black maternal issues, they wiped it out, and now we're at disadvantage.
That's right. So, but the thing about this administration, Roland, is that they have been very active in their anti-black agenda, harming black workers, seeking to dilute black power, to decimate black progress, and to disenfranchise black voters. But Dr. King said, when the Voting Rights Act was passed, that it was a victory for black America, but it would enrich the lives of all Americans. So that's why I'm here. From Massachusetts to Montgomery to Memphis to Mississippi, our destinies are tied.
I was just talking to Mayor Stephen Reed, and what I keep saying is this is also about the money. When you have the power, you control the purse. And so by wiping out black political power, that means wiping out black economic power.
Absolutely. It's all about power, Roland, and the recognition that we as a black people are very powerful. We are the supermajority, and that drives them crazy because they have been trying to erase black people and deny us our full citizenship and rights since the Civil War. They cannot get over it. There's a through line from the 3/5 Southern Compromise to the Louisiana-Calais decision. It is all connected, all of it. So all roads lead to the South. As goes the South, so goes the nation. Y'all need to pull up because this is about our power. This is about our votes. This is about our economic power. This is about our very existence.
Absolutely. Congresswoman Presley, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Roland.
Thanks a bunch.
We appreciate you.
I appreciate it.
Support black press, independent black press.
There we go. All right, folks, let's go back to the main stage.
Let's go. Let's go in the black. Let's go in the black.
We just step from side to side, from side to side, because we know that joy is a part of our liberation. My brother back here with the bandana, he got it in the back. Can you do me a favor? Y'all help me say shield. Say shield.
This you can
say shield. I need my folks in the back to shield for me. There we go. She got it. She got it. We gonna do a little extra slide. Today is about power. It's about joy. It's about love.
You should know.
All right, let's go. Let's go. There's been a shift in policy. There's been a shift in legacy. And there's been a shift in power. Bring it down. Now, breaking news alert, y'all. I hear we got representation all the way from New Jersey. Can y'all show some love for Senator Cory Booker?
All right, Montgomery. Now, what is a northern boy doing here? It's because all roads right now. Let me hear you say it again, all roads. I am a young man that remembers where I came from. We all must remember now that this is sacred civic soil that we are standing on. They told our ancestors that democracy could not grow here, but with their hands and their toiling in hot sun and dark nights, they planted the seeds of the fruit we now enjoy. We are here on sacred soil to remember those who fought for us, struggled for us, endured for us, never gave up on us. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. We are the answer to the prayers of those who came before. But we also stand here with the understanding that the freedoms we inherited from our ancestors, they're not possessions for us to hold. They are rights that we hold in trust, that we were given to be stewards of. You see, a lot of people are drinking deeply from wells of freedom and liberty that they did not dig. They're eating from banquet tables prepared for them by their ancestors, sitting back, getting dumb, fat, and happy and comfortable. This is one of those moments where we understand that our blessings come with obligation. There is no liberation without obligation. Because if we in our generation do not now do our duty, we will lose the gains and the rights and the liberties that our ancestors afforded us. Now is our generation's time to prove worthy of the blessings. Now is our generation's time to respond to the assaults. You see, we have seen this before, where some people in black robes try to deny or take away our rights. We saw it with Dred Scott. We saw it with Plessy versus Ferguson. We even saw it with Korematsu. But the solution in those days was not to sit back and agonize. It was to stand up and organize and mobilize. Because we still live in a democracy no matter how much they try to undermine it. We still live in a nation where the power of the people is greater than the people in power. We still live in a country that when we fight, and so this is the call of our moment. This is, in fact, a civic altar call in this moment. We're calling all those people in America who have not lost faith, who understand that true hope is never letting despair have the last word. This is a civic altar call for those people that don't simply sit back and treat democracy like a spectator sport. This is a civic altar call for all those who understand that faith without works is dead. This is a civic altar call for all those people like me that understand and were taught that weeping may endure through the night, but we will bring on the joy tomorrow. You see, Martin Luther King said it. He said it's not going to be long, but I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
He talked about the arc of the moral universe. We must bend it towards justice.
That's right.
So we are here today, but tomorrow we need to go out and organize.
That's right.
Tomorrow we must prove worthy. Tomorrow we must do the work to answer the altar call and say collectively, here I am, here I stand.
Yeah.
Take someone's hand and say like our ancestors did and make it true. We shall overcome. Thank you.
Let's go. Y'all show some love for Senator Booker. As he said, it's not just about what we do today, but it's also about what we do tomorrow. Amen? Listen, he said it's an altar call. I think the clarion call was made, and it seems like the call has been answered. And it has been answered, as you can see, not just in New Jersey, but also in Georgia. So join me in welcoming Eric Polk, Chief of Staff for Pro Georgia. Y'all make some noise. Along with Portia Miller, she serves as an organizer for Black Lives Matter Grassroots. We got Christopher Bruce, Policy Director of ACLU of Georgia. Yeah. Y'all show some love for Georgia as they come.
Yeah. Say you can't stop the revolution. Say you can't stop the revolution. Say you can't stop the revolution. Voting rights is the solution. Say you can't stop the revolution.
Yeah, yeah. Let's jump in there.
You can't stop the revolution.
Yeah.
Say you can't stop the revolution.
Yeah.
Voting rights is the solution.
Voting rights is the solution.
No justice.
No peace.
What up, Alabama? It feel good to be home. When I fight for your rights and y'all see me all over this country, just know I take my people with me. We are the most humble, the most self-servant, the most hospitable, but we do not take a fight laying down because we will fight on our backs. They are trying to take us back.
That's right.
They started in Tennessee. They started in South Carolina. They started in Louisiana, and now they're trying to come to Georgia. But Georgia, I'm going to tell y'all something. The South got something to say. So meet us at the Capitol, June 17th, special session. Because what do we want? Voter rights. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Now, if we don't get it,
shut it down.
If we don't get it,
shut it down.
If we don't get it, if we don't get it,
shut it down.
We about to shut it
down. Let's go. Black Lives Matter grassroots. Next up, we have Christopher Bruce, Policy Director of ACLU of Georgia.
Hello, Alabama. Hello, hello, hello.
Alabama, what's going on? I can't hear y'all, Alabama. What's going on? What? Look, history has brought us here again. Again, this isn't the first time all these black people have come in front of this Capitol. Last time they were coming for your rights. And what happened? When we fight, we what? When we fight, we what? When we fight, we what? Look, there are people in this country who are trying to silence your vote, right? Now, they try to silence your vote, which means they try to silence your voice. When they're trying to gerrymander your lives, that's gerrymandering your future. What are we going to do about it? We're going to fight. What are we going to do about it? We are going to win. Why? Because we're not the descendants of losers, right?
That's right.
We're descendants of winners.
Yeah.
Right? I've never heard of black history or losing history. Black history is the history of people who've been empowered to change this nation. Okay? I come from Atlanta. You know what they say? Atlanta influences everything? Hey, you black people influence everything. Especially this nation right here.
Yeah, we got about 15 more seconds.
There you go.
Yeah.
So while the court blew a hole in our voting rights, okay? While they opened the door across the South for attacks against black people.
Preacher, how you feel it?
They're up here. They're not attacking.
Yeah.
They're going to win.
Yeah.
Okay? So let's go. I'll see y'all on the finish line.
That part.
Let's go.
Let's go. Now, with 30 seconds left, I got a state representative here from Georgia. Make it real quick. Don't make it long, but make it strong.
We just want you all to know that Alabama, we come from Georgia to support you. Let me hear Georgia in the house. Yeah.
That's right.
We come to support you, and we know that you will support us when they call us back in on June the 17th. We are all in this together.
That's right.
Peace.
Peace and love. Thank y'all so much. Show some love for Georgia. Now, we know that they have a special session coming up, so it's going to be important that we are continuing to support each other because voting is a part of the strategy, but also, you know, flipping over tables also got to be a part of the strategy. Will you agree? I'm reminded of two words, good trouble. Say good trouble. Now, we got some folks down in Florida, y'all making some good trouble. Y'all show some love for Wanika Fernandez. Okay, hold on, wait a minute. They said I gotta put some respect on it. If you from Florida, I need your hands up right now. If you ready to make some good trouble, I need your fist in the air right now. As we bring out Wanika Fernandez, Executive Director of State Voices Florida. Y'all show some love. Shanae Jackson, Organizing Director for Florida for All. And last but not least, we got our good sister, Representative Angie Nixon, representing the House of Representatives. Let's go! My good says this is unconstitutional.
Yay! Wow. Man, y'all look good. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Wanika. I'm the Executive Director of State Voices Florida, and I'm just so excited to be here with each and every one of you guys. This is a transformational space to be in. And first off, I just want to thank y'all for having me because can you guys hear me? Can they hear me?
All right, awesome. I have to say, as a country girl, it feels really good for us to be recognized here in Florida as a part of the South, because normally we get a bad rap, like we're not in the South. So thank y'all in advance. But Florida's not all sunshine. What's happening in Florida is deeply Southern, it's deeply American, and it's deeply connected to the same fight communities in Alabama have been fighting for generations. In the same place where we consider that there's a lot of beaches and tourism, we are fighting the same fights that you guys are here today. And I just want to let you guys know that because suppression has evolved, that means organizing has to evolve too. Their attacks have been coordinated, and so we want to be coordinated as well. And that's why we thought it was really, really important to be here with you all today, because it's never been just about one election. It's been about more than that. And voting rights may have been weakened in courtrooms, but that spirit is still alive in our communities today. So with that, I just want to say thank you all for coming out. Thank you for having us, and we hope that we can continue the great work that you're doing here in Alabama.
Get it, Juanito. Get it, Juanito. So I want to say this. And y'all laughing, anybody who knows me from Florida knows I don't write speeches. But today I wrote one so I can stay on script and get out of here. So I want to say this. I just left Selma. And I need y'all to feel what I felt. The joy, the love, the people who grabbed our hands and said, thank you for being here. We have comrades who stepped up, no questions asked, to keep us safe. That is the beloved community that Dr. King envisioned. That is love in action. My name is Shanae Jackson. I'm the organizing director for Florida for All. And they call me the accidental activist. But I learned there is nothing accidental about it, and none of this is accidental. I didn't come all the way to Alabama to be polite, because I don't subscribe to respectability. Because frankly, respectability is appealing to the morals of people who don't have none. I also want to say, fuck decorum. Did you hear what I said? I said fuck decorum. Because decorum is erasure with a gavel. Be quiet, be small, be orderly while they destroy you. And if you dare raise your voice, you're out of order. Not the harm, not the policy, but you. Let's stop pretending that this is about Democrats and Republicans, because it's not. Say it plainly. It's about us, black people, our lives, our power, and our future. In Florida, we fight rigged maps. And we fight rigged maps because that's what decides who gets represented and who gets erased. So I want to state you, because my time is up already, that one thing we are doing is fighting a war for real. And that is wisdom, to know where we came from and where we're going. That's architecture, and that's not just buildings. That's what we build in this community, and that is revolution. But we cannot have revolution unless we have something to put in its place, or that's destruction. So what I'm stating to you is to vote, not because voting is the be-all, end-all, because the vote is the entryway, and that's what we get what we want. So what I want to say is this is our fight. Whose fight? So let's get it.
Let's go. We're going to let you cook. Come on. When I say good, you say trouble. Good. 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 I am Florida State Representative Angie Nixon, and it is an honor and a pleasure to be with you all today. I must say that I am a little flustered because yesterday Ron DeSantis decided to arrest me. Say shame, 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 shame. Ron DeSantis decided to arrest me because I wanted to schedule a meeting with him about him deciding to draw unconstitutional and illegal maps. Say shame, 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 shame. The problem is politicians
should be choosing their representatives. When we allow politicians to choose who the voters are, it winds up where folks use the emergency room as just regular doctor visits. Say shame, shame, shame. When we allow politicians to choose who their voters are, that means our children get ushered into the school to prison pipeline. Say shame, shame, shame. And the reason they get ushered into the school to prison pipeline is because these same politicians and their campaign donors have stocks in these private prisons. Say shame, 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 shame. And this is great what we are doing right now. It's beautiful. But I need you all to do more. Whether or not you believe it or not, we are in a civil rights moment. And you need to decide what you want your grandkids to think about you, what you want your grandkids and your great-grandkids to say how you showed up in this moment. Are they going to tell you, are they going to say that you put your head down in the sand and let whatever happened to you happen? Or are they going to say that you locked arms? Yep. And you were accomplices in this fight? And I'm going to end on this note. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and protect one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Our chains are bigotry. Our chains are these rigged maps. Our chains are the school to prison pipeline. Our chains are the fact that they want to spend $2 billion on a war we didn't ask for. And our people are dying. Those are our chains. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. Yeah. It is our duty to win. Yeah. We must love and protect one another. We have nothing to lose. We have nothing to lose. We have nothing to lose. We have absolutely nothing to lose but our chains. I'm State Representative Angie Nixon. That's right. Fight win. That's right. Say we have nothing to lose but our chains. Say we have nothing to lose but our chains. Listen, this is a political revival, but it's also a spiritual revival.
Rally, day of action for voting rights. We have been talking about this for a considerable amount of time. And again, you got thousands who are here. You've got almost 80 satellite events taking place all across the country as well. You've got that going on. You've had people being bussed in from all around the country. And here's the key, and this is the most important thing. This is not about a day. It is not about a moment. It is about creating a massive voter registration effort between now and the election. And the key is this here. First, we got to inform, enlighten, and educate people. Then we got to get them registered. Then we got to get them to vote. That has to be our strategy. Joining us right now is Alabama Congresswoman Sewell. The Republicans in this state have been targeting her district. They've been targeting the district of Congressman Shamari Figures. This extreme court has allowed them to move forward with a map that wipes out his district. And the thing was so shameful is the same Supreme Court agreed that it was racial. Right, and so
intentional race,
right,
intentional discrimination. First of all, thank you, Roland. I just mobilize all these people in a matter of days could only happen because of black, independent journalism and folks like yours. But I want you to know that in my bones, I'm moved by this. But it can't just, as you said, be one day or one state capital. It needs to be every southern state capital that's trying to take our vote away. It needs to be every day. And the assignment is clear. The assignment is to organize, mobilize, and vote. We should be doing voter registration drives at every state capital. We should have every Divine Nine group registering more people to vote and taking them to the polls, that's what we need. Representation matters. And if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I don't want the people that I represent to be back on the menu. 115 years from the last black person during Reconstruction and Earl Hilliard in 1992. I'm the first black woman ever. We got to break down the barrier, have more opportunities to be represented, to be able to have the opportunity to elect someone of our own choosing and not the other way around. And you know, they're thinking about trying to only do away with one. And I said to them, this is not about no representation or some representation. This is about fair representation. And 2 seats is fair representation.
And the thing that I have been saying for our people is that they can be stopped, but it requires a massive mobilization, and you have to make them pay at the ballot box.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think that that's what they're scared of. The browning of America is real, and they're exerting all of their power while they have power. And this Supreme Court is complicit. 6-3, I mean, the fact that the Supreme Court 2 years ago in 2023 in the Milligan decision gave us our seat, upheld Section 2, and now all of a sudden they're throwing that map out and they're allowing Alabama to use the very same map that they were going to use back then. It's crazy.
Well, and the thing is, here's other things here. You got your sign right here. It said, vote like your life depends on it. Of course, featuring Congressman John Lewis. And this is what I've been saying to young voters. I don't want to hear, oh, you know what? They're young. We shouldn't be asking things of them. The reality is, John Lewis, Marion Barry, Diane Nash, these people were 19, 20, 21. People don't understand. They were kicked out of college. There were presidents that said, if you go and get involved with that movement, we're expelling you from the university. These people put it on the line. So I don't want to hear somebody who's young say, oh, I can't get involved. No, yes, you can.
And I also don't want to hear anyone who says, I feel powerless. My vote doesn't count. If your vote didn't count, they wouldn't be working so hard to actually change your vote. And here's the thing, when you don't vote, that's a vote. You're voting for someone else to decide your fate. So we need people to vote. We need them to vote in numbers that they've never seen. And I think the only way we can get there is that those that are not registered to vote register, and those that have the ability to vote, please turn out.
But the thing
turn out and vote.
But the thing is, though, we've shown we can do it. When we look at the 2008, 2012 presidential election, black people voted at a higher percentage than white folks, and they're going to history. And so my deal is, we can't go here and then go here. No, we got to go here, then here, then here. It has to. We got to maximize our power.
Absolutely, absolutely. I can tell you that Shamari and I feel like we're not standing alone. 22 members of Congress came with us today. 22 from every religion, from every color. They came. Because here's what we know: we're there when they need us. When all of these allied, allied partners have to step up and show out. When the LGBTQ needs us, we're there. When the Jewish community needs us, we're there. When the women community, so we need everyone to be there. This is not a black issue. This is not a CBC issue. This is not a Democrat-Republican. It's a right versus wrong. And it's wrong to dilute our power.
Absolutely. Congresswoman Sewell, we appreciate it. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you. Vote like your life depends upon it, because John Lewis says it does.
Absolutely. We're going to go back to the main stage. Pastor William Murphy out of Atlanta.
All right.
Let me hear y'all. I will see the goodness of the Lord. One more time, throw your hands up. I will remain. I will see the goodness of the Lord. My grandfather used to sing a song that said, I will trust in the Lord. I will trust in the Lord. I I will trust in the Lord until I die. Let me hear you, Montgomery. Trust in the Lord. I will trust in the Lord. Yes, I will trust in the Lord. I refuse to die.
Now wait, Bishop. 15 seconds. I'm going to stay on the battlefield. Let's go.
I'm going to stay on the battlefield.
Clap your hands.
I'm going to stay on the battlefield. You say, but guess what? Good. I refuse to die.
Let's go.
I'm gonna stay on the back. And I'm gonna go back to the ballot box. I'm gonna stay on the back. But I refuse to die.
Let's go. Now, speaking of the battlefield, I got 3 bad sisters that's been on the front lines of the battlefield all the way from Tennessee. They did their thing in the legislature, y'all. They've been fighting for voting rights, for environmental justice. Y'all make some noise for Tequila Johnson, founder and CEO of the Equity Alliance, Tequila Walker, executive director, Memphis for All, and Amber Sherman, Tennessee lead organizer. Oh my God, they have taken over the stage representing Black Voters Matter. Y'all show them some love.
Y'all ready? If you don't see an organizer with a bullhorn, you should question that organizer. Hey, hey! Ho, ho, ho! These racist maps have got to go. Hey, hey! These racist maps have got to go. Ho, ho! These racist maps have got to go. Ho, ho! Has got to go. That's right. Give it up for yourselves, Black people. Look at us, y'all. Look at this blackness. In the face of adversity, in the face of erasure, in the face of division, in the face of everything racism, we stand united. Yeah. What's going on, y'all? I am Tequila Johnson. I am the CEO and co-founder of the Equity Alliance. We are the largest Black-founded, Black-led, grassroots, power-building organization in the state of Tennessee. And all these red hats you see represent the organizers that have led us to this moment in our state. I am a daughter of the South. I am from Tennessee, the state that rushed, almost broke a leg to redraw the maps and make them more racist like they needed help. But let me tell y'all something. I didn't bring my black ass all the way to Alabama to talk about no goddamn maps. I didn't come all the way to Alabama to talk about no politicians. I didn't come all the way to Alabama because a political party sent me. I came to Alabama to talk to us because this moment is about us. This moment is about us. This is about us. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Because let me say something that may make a few people a little bit uncomfortable. I ain't never needed no map to find power anyway. Do you know who my ancestors are? My ancestors navigated troubled water by using the stars. They use hair. They use Negro spirituals. So you can redraw the map, but you can't redraw or duplicate my DNA. And in my DNA is resistance. So you can redraw, you can reroute, but what we got, you can't stop. Because this is about us. This is about us. This ain't about no voting, y'all. That's what they want us to think this about. They want us to think that this is about one person or this is about me and my organization. They want us to think that this is about 1 or 2 politicians. They want us to think that this is about a platform or an ego, but it's bigger than all of that because this is what? Who is this about?
I'm talking about. We have never been defined by oppression. We have never been controlled by restrictions. When they gave us struggle, we turned it into hip hop. They gave us rags, we turned it into runways. They gave us rotten peaches, we turned them into cobbler. They gave us the disregarded meat nads, $30 a pound in the grocery store. You can't tell me we can't overcome without nothing because we've done it before. And so this right here, this damn for sure ain't about defending no democracy. This ain't about defending something that is drenched in the blood of our ancestors, rooted in genocide, and built on capitalism, on stolen land by stolen bodies. This is about whether we ready to step up and fight or not. And we fighting in Tennessee. You see Rachel Spriggs, you see Jess Williams, you see Antrecia Gordon. These are the women who knocked over $1 million last year with little resources. These are the black women that stood in the face of oppression, that organized and made sure we had people out here. So right now, as Andre 3000 said, the South, and if the world ain't never heard us, they hear us now.
Yes, the South got something to say. My name is Tequila Ruck, and I serve as the Executive Director at Memphis for All. Yesterday, I walked through the Legacy Museum right here in Montgomery, and I left with a couple of questions because walking through that museum was really heavy. Have we forgotten, or have we become too disconnected to recognize the patterns, to recognize this playbook? Because it's the same play that they've run before. After slavery ended and black people began building political power during Reconstruction, backlash came quickly. Laws were rewritten. Political systems were reshaped, and structures of racial control were built to maintain political power, all of which we see happening today. I need us to be honest with ourselves for a minute, because many of us, those systems never disappeared. They evolved. For a long time, many of us convinced ourselves that some of the darkest parts of our history were behind us, but they're not. We right here today, witnessing, being reminded that systems built on division, racial hierarchy, and control do not simply disappear when they go unchallenged. They disappear when we show up and we conquer them. And today, as we still showing up to fight for our voting rights, what is evident that this has never been about voting only. This has always been about power. Power over a people. Power over resources. Power over communities in historically black districts and neighborhoods. Power over our voices that have the ability to speak life or death in communities through our votes. Our vote is our voice, and it's our time to show up and continue this fight. Remember, what happens here becomes a blueprint for what spreads across the region. But we won't stop there, because history reminds us of something powerful. Every generation before us survived because ordinary people like you, like me, decided to organize, to educate, and stand together. And now history is asking all of us to do the same. Let's continue to inform our communities and organize our neighborhoods, because a disconnected people are easy to control, but when we come together, they can't stop us.
What's up, y'all? My name is Amber Sherman. I'm the Tennessee lead organizer for Black Voters Matter. And I just want to talk about the goal of us actually coming here. So the goal of us mobilizing in Montgomery is for us, for our people, to leave activated. And so I want to talk about what our next steps should be. It's time to tap into our ancestral playbook. I'm sure y'all have heard your grandparents or your elders say things like, there are freedom lessons in a book, we just got to take a look. Everything I've organized comes from the tactics and the practices of those before me. The Dr. Pauli Murrays, the Fannie Lou Hamers, the Claudette Colemans. Black women have sustained this movement. And no matter how much our labor was taken for granted, our legal analysis being used without credit, our story being told it doesn't fit the perfect mold of what a civil rights leader looks like, we have continued to sustain this movement. because that's what black women do. And we need to study the lessons left by these brilliant organizers, because the types of attacks that we're under will require the Fannie Lou Hamer style of organizing, which means all of us working together, doing the grassroots organizing to meet the people where they are and get them to the polls. The type of attacks we're under will require the Dr. Parley Murray style of organizing, which means trusting the work of black women as policy analysts and strategists to write policy that liberates us all. The type of attacks we're under will require the Claudette Colvin style of organizing, not fitting the mold, challenging stereotypes, changing the narrative of what it means to be a leader in this movement. Now is not the time to panic. It's time we tap into our ancestral playbook. Our ancestral playbook is deep and vast, with the history of black women leaders organizing in the background. Now it's time we bring them to the forefront.
Y'all show some love.
All roads lead to the South rally, day of action for voting rights. We have been here all morning, actually since yesterday. This kicked off about 1 p.m., and so we are halfway in. You've got more speakers here, and so we're going to talk to Congressman Glenn Ivey right now. Congressman Ivey, real quick, you finally have your Senate president in Maryland who decided to wake up and realize that he needs to stop standing in the way.
Yeah, we got the state Senate president. I don't know what he was thinking, but hopefully he woke up after the Supreme Court eliminated the Voting Rights Act, basically, and then the Virginia Supreme Court blocked the popular vote there. So, I don't know why he didn't do it before, but we definitely need it now. I mean, the sense of urgency has to be there. Maryland has to step up. We need every state that can do it to do it, and Maryland's one of those.
Yeah, because at this point, you can't disengage. I mean, this has to be all hands on deck.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck, and, Trump, the Republican Supreme Court, all of them are willing to do anything and everything to basically steal districts that belong to African-American voters. And we've seen that like what they did in Memphis. It was one compact district. They cut it up into 3 different ones. One goes 100 miles long. So we know they'll do anything and everything. We got to fight fire with fire.
Absolutely. And again, when we talk about, this is about power. This is about a battle over power, control, access to billions of dollars. That's what we got going on here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, the Republicans have figured out that Trump has screwed this up so badly. With the war, he screwed it up with the tariffs that forced grocery prices to go up. The war's got gas prices going up. He's stripping people's rights away. He's doing everything that's pissing off regular voters across the country. He's underwater like 50 points on the economy, and even a Fox News poll had him down by 50. So they know they're in trouble. That's why they're trying to play this card. And there's more stuff like this coming. We got to be ready for ICE to show up at polling places during the election. We got to be ready for them to do Proud Boys to show up. Everything and anything we've got to be ready for.
Well, and again, what people have to understand, when you sit elections out, you are allowing somebody else to be in control.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. We got to make sure that we're speaking for ourselves and controlling our own destiny. The Republicans understand that they can continue to control the Senate, the House, the White House, and the Supreme Court. They can keep doing all the things that have been driving the country in the wrong direction. The only way we can really turn it around is we regain power over at least one of those. The House is in the best shape to do it, but even the Senate's becoming in play, and that's why they're so scared.
All right, Congressman Glenn Ivey, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, man. Keep up the good work.
Yes, we'll do. All right, folks, they're trying to get them a little activated here. They're doing a little dancing up here. Let's go back to the main stage.
Bag it up.
And it starts right here, right now. Yeah.
I got them shaking their booties like Congo, man.
Oh, they got it up front.
Like
Tennessee didn't come to play.
in the face like Gonzo.
What time from Louisiana?
I'm taking the game.
Get ready for a very important election coming up this Tuesday.
I'm new to the game, but y'all might want to say your whack raps.
All roads lead to the ballot box this Tuesday. If you ready to vote, put your hands up.
A girl told me that a man that could dance.
If you got your voting plan, put your hands up.
Now, I'm a ladies, let me see it vibrate.
Yeah.
And when it's over, you ain't gonna need your bird.
Let's go.
Make you bend your
back here on the ground. I want to see you up. Like, okay. When I say we, you say fight back. We. When I say we, you say fight back. We. When I say no, you say Jim Crow no. No.
Hey, big girl, make her back it up.
Let's go.
Make her back it up. Hey, big girl, make her back it up. Make her back it up. Hey, big girl, make her back it up. Make her back it up.
Y'all show some love for Tennessee in the building.
Make her back it up. Back it up. Girl, wobble it.
Keep it going, Tennessee. Keep it going, Tennessee. Let's go. Y'all make some noise for Tennessee.
What's up, Alabama? I am Tennessee State Senator Charlene Oliver. And if you don't know by now, you need to know that I stand on business, baby. Come on, where my brothers at? This is your Tennessee delegation. We are Tennessee fighters. Now let me tell you a little something about the Tennessee legislature and how it works. It doesn't. And that's why I stood on business on the Senate floor and stood on my desk with a sign that says, no Jim Crow 2.0. Because I needed those racist legislators to know we're not going back. Not on my watch, not on Justin Pearson's watch, not on Justin Jones' watch. Now, we are in an era of a new civil rights era. They are trying to take us back to a time where we couldn't vote, or where they didn't have people like us in the legislature. But once again, we not going back. And why did I stand on my desk? I stood on my desk for my ancestors. I stood on my desk for Fannie Lou Hamer. I stood on my desk for Gloria Richardson, Ella Baker, Ida B. Wells. I stood on my desk for the people who got us here. I stand on my desk for my children, for your children. So let me tell you a little something else. We need to fight with all we got. We need to fight with the Alabama legislature. We need to come together with the Mississippi legislature. We need to come together with the Tennessee votes. We coming together with Georgia, with South Carolina. We gonna pack a big punch in November, and we gonna punch them in the mouth with our votes. What you need to understand is they may draw some racist maps, but we are the South. This is our South. The South belongs to us. The South got something to say, and we gonna speak real loud and clear in November. That's right. Now, what you also need to know is we need to invest in people like Pearson, people like Charlene Oliver, because we are standing on the front lines. We are the front lines of the resistance. So it's time to build a new South with fighters like us in Tennessee, in Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama. The time is now, guys.
Give it up for Senator Charlene Oliver. God bless extraordinary black women who stand on business, who fight for our freedoms, for equality, and for justice. Give black women a round of applause. You saw our folk Tequila and Rachel and Tequila and Amber, LJ. We have a movement because black women refuse to bow down. Black women refuse to quit. Black women refuse to give in. I'm Representative Justin J. Pearson, a candidate for the U.S. Congress in Memphis, Tennessee. And y'all, we are still here. We are here because a white supremacist dictator known as President Donald Trump thought he could silence us. We are here because they thought they could divide us into black and white, rich and poor, southern and northern. They thought they could stop a movement. You can rig a map, but you can't rig a movement. We are here because our ancestors marched on these streets, in these halls, in this building for us to be here. We are here because they did not quit on the western coast of Africa through the Middle Passage on any cotton and tobacco field. They didn't quit at the bottom of any lynching tree. They didn't quit when mass incarceration took us from our families or a crack epidemic criminalized us while the President of the United States poisoned us. They didn't quit, and we are still here because of it. And we ain't going nowhere. This moment and this time requires each of our collective action for transformation. This isn't a one-person show. This ain't about your ego and the amount of followers and influences you got. This is about how we build power in the South and together to change this country. And I'm almost done. It's because we believe in 3 words being actualized. We, the people. We, the people. We, the people who believe in democracy. We, the people who will not bow down. We, who will not quit. We, who will fight until justice rolls down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. Let's get to work.
Let's go. Once again, y'all show some love for Representative Pearson. But I got one more. The other week, y'all, we saw this brother burn a photo of the Confederate flag. Because no justice, no peace. We'll shut it all down. There he is. Y'all show some love for Representative Justin Jones. Let's go.
Power to the people. Power to the people. Power to the people. Last week we walked into the Tennessee Capitol of 2026, and when we walked out, it was pre-1965. We walked out of a Capitol Klan rally with Chief Grand Wizard Cameron Sexton and Governor Bill Lee. We come in the tradition to say that we burned the Confederate flag because we want to let them know that we are not going back, and that we will burn this Confederacy down. Whether their names are Governor Kay Ivey or Governor Bill Lee, Governor DeSantis, Governor Landry, Governor Abbott, we stand in tradition to say that we're not going to let you stand in the doorways of our democracy. That we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. That they're waging war on black folks in the South. But we know how to stand up and fight back. That we come as the children of Fred Shuttlesworth and Diane Nash and John Lewis to say that if they come for one of us, they're coming for all of us. That we need a strategy of scorched earth, that we are going to fight these Confederates because we defeated them before and will defeat them today. That now's our time to stand up and let them know that we stand in a tradition that says that if you come after us, we may not be a swing state in Tennessee and Alabama, but we will swing back on you. That we will fight back. That you can't kick us when we're down. And so we send a message to the nation that the South is a front line of democracy. And we stand with this Capitol behind us because we know that it represents the Confederacy of the old South. But we represent a new South that is multiracial, multi-generational, pro-black, pro-justice, anti-poverty. And so we come here today with a very simple message to the governors of Alabama and Tennessee and Mississippi. We will see you in the streets. We'll see you outside. We'll see you at the ballot box because we're voting you the hell out of here. You mess with the wrong people. You know who taught us and who trained us. And it's time to turn up the heat. I know it's hot out here, but it's time to turn up the heat of justice and burn this Confederacy down. Power to the people. Power to the people. Power to the people. Thank you.
Let's go. Look, my brother said you might try to see one of us, but look around. You can't see all of us. So just lock arms with the next person sitting beside you, standing beside you, and say power to the people. The people united will never be defeated. Y'all show some love for Representative Jones. Let's go. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Now, as we're locking up, some love for the members of Congress that are representing us every single day, that are doing their big one right here from Alabama. Show some love for Congresswoman Terry Sewell and Congressman Shamari Figures. Keep it going, along with other members of Congress. And big shout out to the Congressional Black Caucus.
I'm Congresswoman Terry Sewell.
And I'm Congressman Shamari Figures.
And we say, welcome to Alabama, where we are showing up and showing out. Today is not a protest, it's a call to action. And we need y'all to act. We are joined here by our colleagues from the members of Congress from Washington, D.C.
Yes, I'll introduce some of our friends that are here with, well, all of our friends that are here with us. But we first have our Democratic whip, Catherine Clark from Massachusetts. We have the great Joyce Beatty from Cleveland, Ohio, or Columbus, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio. We have Melanie Stansberry all the way from New Mexico. We have our former Congressional Black Caucus Chairman, Stephen Horsford from Las Vegas, Nevada. We have the great Sarah Jacobs from San Diego, California. We have Maxine Dexter from Oregon. Tim Kennedy from Buffalo, New York. Glenn Ivey from Maryland, PG County, Maryland. And Congressman Gabe Amo, you would never guess his state, Rhode Island.
We come from every part of the United States to say, it's time to show up and show out, not just in one state capital, not just for one election, but we need you to step up and show out in every one of these state legislators that are trying to dilute our vote. It's unacceptable. I think all of you know that. It's not about some representation or no representation. It's about fair representation. I say fair, you say representation. Fair. Fair. And in Alabama, where there are 7 seats and we are 28% of the vote, African Americans, that means 2 seats. What do I say? 2, you say seats. 2. 2. And we will settle for nothing less.
Look, we are not going back. Listen, it is not lost on me at all that the reason thousands of people showed up here in Montgomery, Alabama, in the district that I have the privilege to represent, the birthplace of the civil rights movement, the home of we're not taking this anymore. It is not lost on me that you guys are here to have my back, that you guys are here to have Congresswoman Terry Sewell's back. We don't forget that. We won't forget that. Every single day we go to fight, we go to bat for you guys with the support of everyone here on this stage. We call Alabama home. We know what we've been through. People tell us that we are not who we once were. That is true. But we certainly aren't where we need to be. We're not going back. Not going back. Not going back. No, we're not going back. We're not going back. Listen, this state has overcome a lot. My father served in the state Senate here. In 1987, he had to go to jail for trying to remove the Confederate flag from this building behind me. That flag flew into the 90s. Other Confederate flags flew on this property through 2015. And in 2021, the legislature was back up to those same tricks, drawing congressional districts that discriminated against black people in how they drew them. Now, that's not just my word you have to take for that. 3 Republican-appointed judges, 2 by Donald Trump himself, made that determination. And so our case is still going on. Our fight is still going on. We will not give up on you. Thank you guys for not giving up on us. Thank you guys for not giving up on democracy. Thank you.
We want to make sure that you know that we still have a primary this coming Tuesday. So when I say vote, you say now. Vote. Now. Vote. Now. It is so important that your assignment, your mission from today is to get out and organize and mobilize and register people to vote
and we have to go to the polls in the numbers that we did for Obama in 08, Obama in 12, because when we overperform, we win. When we fight, I could not get off the stage without having my minority leader say a few words on behalf of all the members.
Thank you so much. Montgomery, they don't know what they started, but they know we're gonna finish it together. So let me just say how thrilled I am to be here with my friend, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, and Congressman Shamari Figures. All of my colleagues who are here today, and we are just the tip of the iceberg of the support. We are not going to let them take their seats. We're not going to let them do it. And I have never seen Montgomery looking so beautiful. But I have been here before. And on my first visit, I came with Congressman John Lewis. Right there. And we were right over there at the Dexter Avenue King Memorial Baptist Church. And John Lewis said to us how he strategized, how he fought, how they organized. He wasn't telling us just about history. He was laying out the strategy for the future. He was preparing us for this moment. And we know that when they come to decimate black political power, we stand together or we fall together. So this is one country, one destiny. So we are going to go out, we're going to mobilize, we're going to organize, we're going to vote because we know our lives depend on it. And then what are we going to do? We're going to win. We're going to win. And when we win and we take back the People's House in Washington, then we restore the Voting Rights Act. And then we pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And then we're going to get busy and elect the first black speaker of the United States Congress, Hakeem Jeffries. That's the work we're going to do together. I will see you in the streets. Thank you.
Okay, I'm closing it out with the words of John Lewis. The last time he was on the bridge in Selma, Alabama, his body was riddled with cancer, but his voice was strong. He told us what we have to do. We must never give up. We must never give in. We must keep the faith, and we must keep our eyes on the prize. Thank you.
Somebody say fight the power. Listen, continue to use the hashtag all roads lead to the South. They said that we have surpassed 3 million posts on threads, y'all, that our message is breaking through. Break it down, break it down, break it down.
All the way from the great state of Georgia, I need y'all to show some love. She already going crazy right now. For Senator Raphael Warnock.
Let's keep it going. When I say fight, you say the power. Fight. Fight. When voting rights are under attack. Oh! Okay, Georgia, let's go. You ready? Let's go. Where the fans at? Where the fans at? Fans in the air. Fans, they gave me 30 seconds. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Over here, come on. I got my boots on the ground. How many boots on the ground do we have? How many of y'all know we knocking doors? We making phone calls. We about to send a message. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let me see if I can. Let's go. Where you at?
Let your body move.
Fans in the air.
Cowboys and cowgirls.
Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Let's go.
Fire barrel rolling. I'ma get my
10 seconds. Let's go.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
Hey, let's go. Yeah. Once again, y'all, make some noise for Senator Raphael Warnock. If you got boots on the ground.
Got my boots on the ground.
Come on, Senator. I gotta put Yes, sir.
Hello, Alabama! Are y'all ready for this fight? Are you ready to use your voice? Are you ready to vote like you've never voted before because your lives depend on it? It's great to be here back in the great state of Alabama, a state where I was licensed and ordained in a real sense began my ministry here, although I'm from Georgia. Can I be honest with you? As important as this moment is, I wrestled a little bit about coming here today. Hear me out. And it's because I'm a pastor, I'm a United States Senator, but the job I like the most and the title that I'm most honored by is dad. And I've got a 9-year-old and a 7-year-old at home, a daughter and a son, and I hated leaving them again. Parents understand. But then I began to think about it. I said, I've got to be away from them in order to fight for them. Because the sad irony of this moment is that my 9-year-old daughter and my 7-year-old son, thanks to the awful decision of these political hacks on the Supreme Court, my 9-year-old and my 7-year-old now have less voter protection than their dad did growing up at their age. And that makes me angry enough to show up again and again and again and again. Are you ready to fight? And so I know that this is a tough moment. But I drove by Alabama to tell you that the light shines in the darkness. It's dark, but the light shines in the darkness. And the darkness overcometh it not. We know what they are up to. The same folk who cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid, the same folk who knocked 15 million Americans off of their health care, the same folk who doubled the health care prices of 22 million Americans, the same folk who stole your doctors are now trying to doctor the lines so you cannot hold them accountable. But we've got something for them. Come November, we're going to show up like we've never showed up before. I often say that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and our children. And our prayers are strongest when we pray together. Voting is about praying not with your lips, but with your legs. It's about putting your body in the struggle the way my parishioner John Lewis did, the way Martin Luther King Jr. did, the way Rosa Parks did. And because they gave so much,
my alpha brother, Senator Raphael Warnock, but I got another alpha brother, Reverend Dr. Frederick D. Haynes III, who's here. He got to catch a flight, so we got to get him real quick here. You run through the primary, you run the general for Congress, and when we talk about this voter mobilization, if there is a moment in this generation for the black church to prove its worth for our people, this is now.
Exactly, and Roland, for me, what you said about 70% should be our minimum going into November.
70% of eligible black voters.
If the black church mobilizes itself, we got 70% in the black church. And so right now, because every Sunday we have a captive audience, my thing is, you're not a member of Friendship West, if you don't have both a membership card and a voter registration card.
There you go.
And if every church would make that their mantra, Doc, 70% would be something we get easy.
So when I was there in January, y'all had
Right.
the teacher, MLK Teach-In, which was a training deal. I told Mayor Stephen Reed of Montgomery, every week that needs to be happening.
Yeah.
So in every city, every week, and the churches can just jump. They ain't got to do it by
Right.
themselves. Say, we going to take this week. Y'all take next week, take next week. So when people need to get educated on politics, that's where we have to do it.
That's it. That's it. And so, as you know, what's going on right now in Beaumont, because Pastor Danielle Ayers and Minister Edwin Robertson are taking it around the state of Texas. And today, they're doing a teach-in in Beaumont. So we're taking it throughout the whole state. The thing is, we got to show up when we go there, because I understand there was under 100 in Beaumont last night. We got to do better because there are more of us than that. And so we've got to step up.
But that's why I'm saying, if it's every week, now it's,
I like that.
So it's like, fine, you miss Saturday, fine, it's going to be next Saturday. And then next Saturday. And the reason I keep saying with the churches, they have buildings. They're already paying light bills. They're already paying Wi-Fi bills. So you already have the infrastructure. So the question is, do you just want to do it?
Right, so just using what we've got to get where we're trying to go.
And then after we register people, now you take all those churches with vans and buses and create our own Uber.
Yeah, using what we've already got. We've got the transportation, we got the facility, we got the lights, and so let's use that for the benefit of the community. And again, if every church member would register and then we'd reach out to the community, man, we would have voter turnout like never before.
And so Bishop William Barber and I, we call for 1,000 alphas to get organized and mobilized.
That's awesome.
We've hit 1,100. We want to hit 2,000 by June 12th or 13th.
Yeah.
But what I said to the alphas in Baltimore, I say to every D9 group, we love talking about who ran the yard. But my whole deal is who's running your city. And so
the county.
To me, that's the challenge. So I don't want to hear you shout your letters and how great we are.
Right.
Are you organizing, mobilizing in your cities?
I mean, that's it, Doc. I've taken that speech. I've always called your name, but the bottom line is I was convicted because we ran the yard at Bishop College, but so what? We out of college now. We grown people. We need to be running the city, running the county, running the school district, running the state. If we're not running on that level, then all of that back in the day was just talk. And as far as I'm concerned, it means nothing now.
Absolutely. Pastor Ann, you got to fight to catch up.
Proud of you, man. Thank you.
Thanks so much,
and thank you for giving us voice and vision, because we need that. But more than that, you about strategy. And Roland, if we ain't talking about strategy going in, the reason we're in what we're in right now, they had a strategy.
Yes, they did.
We got to have a strategy with our vision.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the main stage here in Montgomery.
Every summer I grew up in Savannah, but every summer I went down to my grandmother's house. And one day I was moving around in my grandmother's garden. And as we were moving around, a snake showed up in the garden. True story. And my grandmother, Lucinda Brooks from Waycross, Georgia, she wasn't impressed with that snake. She just took an axe and in no time flat, chopped his head off. The snake that had been moving, when she chopped off his head, it began to move even more vigorously. And it frightened me because I was a little boy. I didn't understand that that snake was moving vigorously, not because it was living, but because it was dying. They know that the old order is dying. And we're going to march together. We're going to vote together. We're going to fight together. We're going to stand together until we win. God bless you. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Come on, y'all show some love for Senator Warnock. Now listen, he talked about death, so we got to talk about the resurrection, because we recognize that the resurrection is here. Why? Because the power is here. Why? Because the people are here. Y'all make some noise. Now, amplifying the voices of the people. I got 3 letters, y'all, that have been changing the game. Now, we in Alabama, lean in, but all the way from New York, make some noise for AOC.
How's it going, Montgomery?
microphones here. There's a lot of them. I love you too. One second. How are we all doing today? I'm so grateful to be here in this moment and in this fight alongside each and every one of you, shoulder to shoulder, as we fight to continue the legacy and expand upon that of Montgomery, Alabama. I was with Senator Warnock last Sunday, and we were at Ebenezer Church in Atlanta. And after his beautiful sermon, Senator Warnock took me to the original Ebenezer that Martin Luther King Jr. had preached at and had organized in. And we sat inside that sanctuary. And what had struck me was how small it was. And Senator Warnock turned to me and he said, this sanctuary only fit 300 people. And he said, Congresswoman, can you believe that this sanctuary of just 300 people changed the world? Those 300 congregants at Ebenezer Baptist Church turned into those congregants at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church right behind us here today. And from Dr. King's work right here on Dexter Avenue, we saw the launch of the Montgomery bus boycotts. And it was right here in Montgomery where we saw some of the most cruel repression in the history of America, where we also saw the highest angels of American history rise to create our democracy. Because it wasn't until the Voting Rights Act of that was passed that we even had a democracy in this country. There was no democracy in America until every human being born here was guaranteed and protected the right to vote. But we know what happened after those bus boycotts. And we know what happened on the trail to make sure that we got that legislation passed. Because with every expansion, there is an attempt at regression. This Supreme Court, under Justice Roberts, is part of that long history of regression and repression in America. But they do not triumph, Montgomery. You triumph, Montgomery. And I am here today because I want to make sure that we all understand that Montgomery is not alone, that you all are not alone. And for all of those watching today, when they ask, what do we do in this moment? I feel helpless. What action can I take? It is time for the North to pull up to the South. It is time for New York to pull up to Alabama. It is time for all of us to come to Georgia, to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to Mississippi, and let them know exactly what they have uncorked with this injustice. They think they can draw us out of power. They do not know the sleeping giant that they just awakened. Because it is not a coincidence, and our whole country must understand that it was not until voting rights were ratified in this country that we got the Great Society. Because when Black Americans have the right to vote and that vote is protected, our schools get funded. When voting rights are protected, health care gets expanded. When voting rights are protected, our country moves forward. And Montgomery, that's what they're actually afraid of. They're afraid of us coming together. They're afraid of us protecting one another. Alabama is the crucible. Georgia is the crucible. Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi is the crucible. So if you are not from here, it is time to pull up. Because what they thought was the final blow is actually just the opening silo. And with that, I want to introduce to you all my sister from Boston, Massachusetts.
The heritage of what is greatest in our country. Sister.
All right, folks, joining us right now is Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, Congresswoman Presley speaking. I've already interviewed her, so we're good. Congresswoman Beatty from Ohio. I was explaining to people earlier, when we talk about when you remove black power, you're removing access to money. You sit on the House Financial Services Committee. And when we talk about being on that committee, if y'all are in the majority, then you're chairing subcommittees. Then Congresswoman Maxine Waters is chairing the committee. You're controlling the flow of money. So we're talking about billions of dollars that can be impacted.
It's so important for us to vote so we can take back that power.
Hold it right there. There you go.
It is important for us to vote so we can take back that power. Think about it. The Financial Service is one of 4 of the most powerful committees. You would have Maxine Waters as chair. You would have me chairing diversity, inclusion, or financial banking, which means the 20-some black banks that we have as MDIs, that can be leveraged with votes that help them get more dollars into black banks, which primarily serves underserved constituents. When you think about one of the #1 issues, housing, it would allow us to pass housing legislation that would help people have home ownership, which is one of the greatest ways for us to have access to wealth. And that's why they're trying to suppress the vote.
See, and now you take that. Then you extend that to housing. Then you extend it to education. Then you extend it to health. And so for folk, they gotta understand. So this is not like, oh, we just want to have somebody black in office. No. But it drives me crazy when these people say, oh, the CBC ain't doing this, the CBC ain't doing that. I'm like, you don't even understand how a member may not even pass a bill, but they can have something added, something removed, a word changed. The impact of being at the table is huge.
When you think of the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, it was the Congressional Black Caucus that put it forward. It was the Congressional Black Caucus that got it passed in the House. So if we now can get our 4 senators and increase the numbers there, we can get it through. If we vote, we can have a Hakeem Jeffries, who was powerful on the Judiciary Committee before being in leadership, to make a difference. We have Bobby Scott, brilliant lawyer, to be chairing when we vote and take back the House of our Education Committee. So blacks would be in control of major committees. Benny Thompson could go right back to be over Homeland Security, a black man. We could have a black woman over agriculture. So those are the kinds of things that the public needs to know, that we're traveling the state. I'm from Ohio, but just in the last 48 hours, I've gone from Ohio to Washington to Birmingham to Selma and here in Montgomery on my way to Louisiana.
And when we talk about Congress, but what this Calais decision, that's going to impact states, county, city, and so school boards. And so I keep trying to tell people, we do not understand the depths of power, money that we are about to lose because of this extreme court decision.
And it's so important, and I'm glad you brought that up, because America needs to know that our congressional lines are drawn in the state houses by the state legislature, which I served in the great state of Ohio, to be the first black woman, the first woman Democrat to be the House leader and deliver the majority. And in that same year, you think about, we won across the United States. Barack Obama became president. We had black legislators to be in the majority.
This is, when I say state of emergency, when I say existential threat, what this is really the challenge to this generation. History is going to record, our people is going to record who stood up in this moment and who remained silent?
Oh, I think it's so important because you know what? People might not remember what you've said. People might not remember what you do, but they remember how you make them feel. And when we travel and when we fight and we stand up, people feel like someone's fighting for you. And that's why I'm out here. I'm not being performative. I'm not being a show horse. I want to be the pace horse, the person that paces the fight, the person that's out front. No matter what the cause is, we have to galvanize and we have to be unified.
Absolutely. Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Folks, let's go back to the stage with Congresswoman Presley from Massachusetts.
An America that has paid the reparations owed to black people. An America where voters pick their representatives instead of politicians picking their voters. An America where the black leadership and power of Shamari figures and Terry Sewell is recognized not as a threat, but embraced as essential. Family, a more just America is possible, but only if we organize for it, only if we fight for it, only if we vote for it, and we will.
Let's bring it down a little bit because we don't want to miss a thing. Next up, we have our national civil rights and advocacy organizations. Y'all show some love. One time for Maya Wiley, President and CEO, Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Keep it going, Ebony Ryler, SVP, National Action Network. Keep it going, Damon Hewitt, President and Executive Director of Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Y'all keep it going. For Randy Weingartner, President of AFT, keep it going. For Sister Rebecca, she serves as the President and CEO, get this, of Fair Election Center. Keep it going. And we got Ebony representing National Action Network.
No justice! No justice! I said no justice! My name is Ebony Riley, Senior Vice President of National Action Network, founded by Reverend Al Sharpton, and I'm here joined by my colleagues. Thank you for the organizers bringing us here together today. At a time when collective action is necessary, we did not come here to be polite about what was fought for. We came here to defend it. And let me say this clearly. When they target black voters, when they target black communities, when they target black women, they are targeting progress in America. That is why we cannot afford division, distraction, or silence in this hour. In this summer of activation, organizations will continue organizing across this country. And in that same spirit, we will gather in Washington, D.C. on Friday, August 28th, on the anniversary of the March on Washington to defend our rights, our representation, and our future. Let's be clear. Every right we hold here today was marched here on someone else before us. I'm out here for my family. I'm out here for my community and anyone who feels unseen in this country. We see you. I am you. Our vote is non-negotiable. There is no weakness in our walk. We walk boldly. We walk together. And we are not alone. Forward together, backward never. No justice, no peace, We'll see you in Washington, D.C. on the 28th of August.
My people, we are the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and we are the nation's oldest, the nation's largest, the nation's most diverse civil rights coalition. And when we are in Alabama, I'm going to tell you what we understand as national organizations. We are your foot soldiers. We work for you. But let me just say one thing, and I'm going to pass it to my brother and sister leaders. When I look out here today, I see power. I see voters. I see commitment. And I see democracy. And when they say Jim Crow, we say hell no. Jim Crow? Hell no. Jim Crow? Hell no. Jim Crow? Hell no. Damon Hewitt.
Give it up for Maya Wiley. My name is Damon Hewitt, president of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and the Law, an organization that was founded in a moment like this. 9 days after Medgar Evers was assassinated in the driveway of his own home, 9 days after George Wallace in this state stood at the schoolhouse door to block not just desegregation, but to block our opportunity. Our opportunity. The Lawyers Committee was founded that summer, June 21st, 1963. And ever since then, we've been telling the story and fighting the fight. We are so proud to be here in Montgomery. It ain't our first time, it won't be our last. I'm a son of the South. See, I come from Louisiana. It's a state that gives you a gumbo. Sometimes it tastes good, sometimes it's nasty. Louisiana gave us down in Brazil. But Louisiana also gave us David Duke, the former Grand Wizard of the KKK. Right? And so what we know is that it gave us other things. It gave us the 4 little girls, including Ruby Bridges, who desegregated New Orleans public schools. But it also gave us Plessy v. Ferguson, that told the lie that separating us means we were equal in the eyes of the law and in morality. Well, right now, the Supreme Court is telling a whole nother lie. This Louisiana v. Calais case is a lie and a half. They're saying efforts to fix any voter suppression against black people is unconstitutional. That's what bold-faced lies say. That's a lie. That's a lie. But we know the truth. So here's the thing, y'all. One Supreme Court case, this cataclysm gets bad, you know it's bad, but this is not the end of our story. This is not the end of our story, because we know the long civil rights movement has a past, a present, and a future. And even though they're trying to repeat the mistakes of the past, we get to write the future together. So here's our charge. Scripture says that for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. I'm going to add one more thing. We're going to vote. We're going to vote. We're going to vote. And every step of the way, the Lawyers Committee and the Election Protection Coalition, hundreds of organizations, including here in Alabama, Louisiana, all throughout the South and Midwest and West Coast and Northeast, the Election Protection Coalition will be here to defend your vote every step of the way. Say 166, say our vote. 866, our vote. 866, our vote. They're changing the laws, they're changing the rules, they're changing the laws, but they cannot change our will and our heart. Together we will win. 866, our vote. I'm going to pass it to my good sister, Randy Weingarten, AFT.
So you got all these civil rights leaders here, and you had all the Congress people here, and you had all the people who are trying to change the South here, and now you have the teachers and the nurses and the labor movement. I'm here, I'm putting away my speech. I'm Randy Weingarten. I'm the head of the AFT. I'm here with the head, Everett Kelly of AFGE. And I'm also here with people who represent teachers and nurses all across the country. And like so many others have said to you already today, we are not turning back. But I'm a social studies teacher, so I want you to repeat the following clause with me, okay? I'm also an organizer. Not on our watch. Oh, I can't hear you. They can't hear you in there. Do it again. So, we know, and so many other people have said this already, we know that they're trying to pull the rug out from under. We know that Supreme Court case just basically tried to steal our votes and basically tried to deny fair representation. We know all of that. You've heard all of that. You live all of that. The question really is, what are we going to do about it? And that is why we have all these blue shirts here, moms, dads, all across the country. Because when people say to you, we are not letting you down, that means New York is not letting you down. Illinois is not letting you down. Oregon is not letting you down. Massachusetts is not letting you down. And the teachers in the South are not letting you down. So, the question is, are we going to let them take our vote away? Remember, not on our watch. Are we going to let them take our vote away? Not on our watch. Are we going to let them deny fair representation? Not on our watch. Are we going to let them ignore the Constitution? Not on our watch. Are we going to let them take the promise of America away from us? Not on our watch. So, that means from this day on, we get out the vote, right? Yes. We mobilize the vote, right? Yes. We don't let them turn us around. Are we ready to fight? Yes. Are we ready to fight? Yes. You see these fighters up here, for all of you. We are fighting together for the promise of America. Thank you.
She did that. I'm not sure who's emceeing, but I'm going to help out. We're going to turn next. Are you emceeing? Okay, go ahead, brother.
Good evening, brothers and sisters. My name is Everett Kelly. I'm the National President of the American Federation of Government Employees, representing 800,000 federal and D.C. government workers. And I'm here to tell you today, I am not a stranger. Born about 60 miles north of here in Goodwater, Alabama. And at the age of 3 years old, I began to experience racism firsthand. My mother worked at a restaurant there in Goodwater called the Old Hickory. And at 3 years old, I remember my father driving up to the Old Hickory, and I could see my mother working in the kitchen through the old big picture window. And as a child, I just ran before the car stopped. I was already out and running to see my mother. And I was stopped dead in my tracks at 3 years old saying, you can't come in this way. You got to go around to the back. And brothers and sisters, I still have flashbacks. And I'm here to tell us today that we are not going back. And so I remember 54 miles being walked by the protesters out of Selma, Alabama. And they walked so that I would never have to go to the back again. They walked so that my mother wouldn't have to guess how many marbles was in the jar in order to vote. That's why they marched. And brothers and sisters, I'm here to tell you that I see it over and over and over again. But we are here. We're here to win. I'm going to stand with you because I know this. I know that the scripture says when the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit has raised up a standard against it. Now that standard is a reminder to the devil that God has done it once and God will do it again. How many of y'all know God is still watching over us and he will do it again? What we got to do is stand here and fight, stand here and vote. Don't give up. Keep praying, keep marching, keep trusting God. Will you do that? Can we fight together? If we fight together, we will win together. I love you. Thank you, Alabama. I'll always be a part of Alabama. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Powerful, brother. Powerful, powerful. Give him another hand. Next, we have my sister in justice, Rebecca Carruthers, President and CEO of the Fair Election Center. Rebecca.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. And it is 85 degrees, and I'm feeling every moment of it. So I'm the president and CEO of the Fair Election Center. We do three things: defend, expand, and facilitate voting rights in this country. We do this in the courtrooms, we do this in the halls of power, and we do this on hundreds and hundreds of college campuses across the country. In fact, we are on 55 of the 107 HBCUs. We understand where we're at in this moment. If you give me just a second, I'm going to tell you a quick story about my family. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, Henry Carruthers, was enslaved, and he was born 1807 in Tennessee. He was last sold in 1847, and guess how we know this? We have the bill of sale. My story is not unique. My story is an American story. And there are so many of us like that who have that American story. My ancestor ended slavery in Pelham, Texas, and he founded a town that still exists today. There were early Juneteenth celebrations, and guess what happened at those early Juneteenth celebrations? Black men were registered to vote. After all these black men across the South got registered to vote, we had black political representation at every level of government in the South. But then Reconstruction ended. We had a Supreme Court. We had an occupant in the White House. We had some immoral state legislators. We had some white nationalist groups who forced the end of Reconstruction. And guess what? It took almost 90 years for black folks to get their rights back. 17 days ago, the Supreme Court gave us the final death knell of the Voting Rights Act. And I'm here to tell you, resurrection. I'm here to tell you we're not going to take 87 years to get our rights back. I don't know about you, but we are ready to fight. Are you ready to fight? Yeah. And guess what? This time, we have some heavenly witnesses. We have some new ancestors. Ancestor John Lewis. Ancestor Jesse Jackson. They are looking down on us as we get ready for this third Reconstruction. As we prepare for this fight, guess what we're going to do this time? We're going to finish that fight that our ancestors started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next, we have a mad scientist, Norm Eisen, executive chair and co-founder of Democracy Defenders Fund. Go ahead, mad scientist. Get him.
Thank you, Damon. Brothers and sisters, as I look around, I truly see that all roads lead to the South. But we're at a fork in the road. Are we going to take that fork that curves around and goes back to the dark days of Jim Crow and the Confederacy? No! Or are we going to take the fork in the road that leads to what Dr. King called the great wells of democracy that the founders dug deep? That's the road we're going to take. At Democracy Defenders Fund, where I'm privileged to work with all of the wonderful members of our Democracy and Civil Rights Coalition, we have over 300 legal cases and matters defending what Dr. King called the promissory note of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Yes, I will. I do it every day with my friends. Yesterday in Florida, we were fighting the power. We were in court fighting that gerrymander that is against the Florida Constitution, and we're going to fight and win. Today we're here to fight with y'all for black and brown representation, for the voting rights of all. promissory note and for American democracy. I treasure that democracy, and I'm extra motivated to fight because I'm the child of a Holocaust survivor, survived Auschwitz, and a Holocaust refugee who came to this country as an undocumented migrant in 1940. And they taught me the words of another Martin, Pastor Martin Niemöller. And he said in Nazi Germany that when they came for the socialists, I didn't speak out because I was not a socialist. And when they came for the union members, I didn't speak out because I didn't belong to a union. When they came for the Jews, I didn't speak out because I wasn't Jewish. And when they came for me, there was no one left to speak out. Well, we're gathered here today, friends, to speak out. We will never let that happen in the United States. We are all here for each other, and I am so proud to be here with you to continue the fight until we reach those great wells. Unfulfilled journey, the great wells of democracy that our founders dug deep. Thank you.
Right. Normalizing. Look, we know lawyers don't always lead movement, but when movement needs a lawyer, a strategist, a legal mind, we've turned for decades to Sherrilyn Ifill, the head of the Center for Law and Democracy at the historic, the legendary Howard University School of Law. Sherrilyn Ifill.
Thank you, thank you. This is going to be real quick. Those of you who are still here, you're here because you know something, so I'm going to take it to the next level and demand a little bit more of you. How many people here can read? You can read. Okay, so I know that you're saying you're going to vote. I know that you feel that we have to fight, and I feel you, and it makes me so happy. But I need you to vote smart, and I need you to understand the nature of the fight. That means you have to do some reading. And then you have to share that information with your children. Stop allowing your children to cut you off from these conversations. You have to tell them the cycle that we're a part of. There's so many resources out there, and you have to begin to tap into them. I have a Substack, many of you follow, which I appreciate. The 14th Amendment Center.org will give you the whole history of the 14th Amendment and what they're trying to turn us back to and how long we've been in this struggle for the right to vote and to be politically represented. You have a list of organizations here whose websites provide you information with the cases and all of that stuff. Moreover, you are going to get ready to vote, and you need to know who you're voting for and what you're voting for. You walking in a booth and pressing a button because it says D next to it is not what time it is. What time it is you knowing who these candidates are and what they stand for. What time it is you voting not just the top of the ballot, but voting the whole ballot. You know that these people are going to try to steal an election. So if you are not knowledgeable about who's running for probate judge in Alabama, who are the officials who are in charge of elections in the counties, then you are doing yourself no service. If you are not voting for who the sheriff is, who's going to decide whether he connects with federal authorities or ICE to stand outside the polls, then you are doing us no favor. So can I ask you all to do the work of citizenship? Can I ask you to do a little bit of studying? Can you go on the Ballotpedia website, Ballotpedia, and put your zip code in and find everybody that's going to be on the ballot, and then read their positions on different issues and read what they stand for, so when you show up in the voting booth, when you talk with your children about voting, you can give them some information about who's on the ballot and what it means. We need to take this to a higher level. We need not only action, but scholarship. We have to stop playing like we just came to this fight. There's more sophistication we need to bring to the battle, and that starts with all of you. So I'm asking you not only to show up, but to inform yourself. We have to be smarter to outwit this power that's coming against us. We have power, we have voices, we have numbers, but we have to understand the nature of the fight so we can work a strategy. I love you all for being here today. You have another lineup of great advocates and speakers. Please stay and listen to them. Please go on these websites. Please inform yourself. Please stay in this fight, not just this year, but next. Don't let the election happen and then you say, oh, we didn't win, so now I'm out. This is a never-ending battle. That's why we're standing in front of this place. It's that long that the battle's been going on. Thank you all so much for being here today.
Come on now, listen. My good sister asked a good question. She said, what time is it? It's freedom time. What time is it? It's praying time. Y'all got to say it with your chest. I'm going to come on this side. What time is it? It's marching time. What time is it? It's fighting time. If you're ready to march, if you're ready to pray, if you're ready to push back, if you're ready to stand up, I need y'all to make some noise. Okay, I think they're ready. So it's time for my good brother, Young Vocals, to hit the stage. Y'all go crazy. Y'all go crazy.
Grown folks say yeah.
It's time.
It's something about when we dance, y'all. Let's dance.
Let's go. Clap your hands.
Everybody dance. Should I do?
It's time for clean water.
Montgomery, put your hands together.
It's time for clean air. Let's go. It's freedom.
Y'all know the words to the song. Sing it, y'all. Say it. Say it. Let me hear you. Dance with me. This you can bear.
Yep.
Montgomery, you still right beside me. Yeah. And I won't forget. Montgomery, say it, y'all. I really. Sing it, y'all. You should know.
Let me hear you sing.
I want to make sure I'm
Folks, Roland Martin here, Roland Martin Unfiltered here in the Black Star Network. We are live in Montgomery for the All Roads Lead to the South Day of Action, focused on voting rights. Folks have been out here since, actually some out here since 11 a.m. The gates were open at noon. And you have more than 80 satellite events taking place across the country as well. You had more than 100 buses that brought people in. 5,000 folks had registered for all of this. But here's what's most important that I need people to understand. Today is not about just a day. This is the kickoff of Freedom Summer 2026. This is the kickoff of a massive national voter registration campaign all across the South, but also all across the country. Rebecca, you're a Fair Election Center. And the thing here that people really have to recognize is that, yes, there's got music, there's food, people are excited, but after today, this is when the work begins. And that's the key. It is the work, it is the long slog that we now have to be engaged in.
Day one, and we're going like.
Okay, sopranos. Okay, sopranos. Okay, altos. Y'all sound good.
We're gonna have our last activation the day after
Here's the juxtaposition. Intentionally targeting Black and Latino districts in Texas and Black and Latino voters for elimination is not racial gerrymandering to this court. Yet, as you said a few minutes ago, having a remedy to a violation of black people's rights under Section 2 is racial discrimination, is racial gerrymandering. That is intellectually dishonest. That is hypocritical at best.
That this decision could be the largest wipeout of black political power since the end of Reconstruction. That's how devastating this decision is.
Since African Americans are voting overwhelmingly Democratic and Republicans are voting overwhelmingly Republican, you can have a map that discriminates against African Americans. But if you call it partisan, that your target was Democrats, the same map, according to these people, becomes legal. So that didn't make any sense. And they want to get away with it by calling it partisan rather than racial. And I can tell you, they tell on themselves because these people are not against partisan redistricting.
You know, we are at war right now. And so we need folks to dig deep. We know the economy is really tough, but we gotta keep our folks in power over the next few months and into this 2026 election so that we can legislate our way out of these kind of problems around here.
We can't give up now. We have to fight, if not harder, at least smarter.
There are people that still, for whatever reason, are not connecting the dots to whatever it is that you are feeling is directly connected to this issue. Like if you're upset because gas prices are high or housing affordability, guess what? That's a function of not having representation or of being represented by people who are anti-black, who are anti your life. Those things are directly connected. Whatever thing it is that people are feeling right now, feeling the effects of this war that this country is in, or like I said, the prices, or the high unemployment for black women and for black men, or maternal mortality. The crazy man Kennedy was testifying in front of Representative Summer Lee talking about maternal mortality, and he didn't even want to acknowledge that black women die in birth at higher rates than other women in this country. That is what happens when you don't have representation. They can literally control your health, your well-being, your lives, your economics. So all of these issues that we're feeling, all of the frustrations that we're having, all of the stresses that we're having in our lives, one way or another, it comes back to, do you have people who are representing you, who have control of resources, who literally have control of significant parts of your life? That's what's at stake when we're talking about voting rights or redistricting. It's not theoretical. It is the thing that very much connects to every issue that you care about, everything that affects your quality of life. At the end of the day, it comes back to who is making decisions over your life.
And now, 60 years later, we are watching that progress be ripped away. With its decision in Louisiana v. Calais, the Supreme Court has opened the door to a coordinated attack on black.
A sleeping giant. All right, folks, Roland Martin here. We're back. We had a power issue, but it's always a plan B. Rebecca, you were talking about this is day one of what this action is all about.
I got it. This is day one. We're getting ready to kick off Freedom Summer, and we're going into a Freedom Fall. In fact, this is going to go through the election, and it's going to go the day after the election, because we need people to understand registering to vote isn't enough. Showing up to vote and making sure your ballot counts isn't enough. But once we have elections, it's time to hold people accountable, and it's time to bend truth to power, because we're seeing too many people get in elected office, and they're not doing the things that we need them to do. We're seeing too many people who aren't accountable, and it's time. That time is over. Like I mentioned, the last time something like this happened that we saw with the John Roberts Court, it took 87 years for black people to get their rights back. We don't have time to wait 87 years to get our rights back. So this is a full-on fight, and this time we're going to fight to finish the fight.
Well, and the thing when we talk about, no, leave it plugged up. Leave it plugged up. Bring me the phone. When we talk about, when I say the slaw, what this also means coming out of here, what is required for us is to also, and I was talking to Freddie Haynes about this here, we've got to have citizen education training every week. In every city, some church, some community group, somebody has to be doing it. And if 50 show up, 50 show up. If 100 show up, 100 show up. That's what has to happen. We can't go, oh, well, we invited a bunch of people, only 30 show up. Focus on the 30. Tell those 30 to invite 30 next week.
That's called relational organizing. And we have to return to Saturday schools because this is going to be a fight. We're not going to win this fight just in the next few months. We're going to have to commit at least to a decade because this time we want to make sure in the Constitution, as we rebuild in this third Reconstruction, we want to make sure that these rights are permanent because there should never be a Supreme Court that could take the rights of black people in this country. And we've had enough. We're not going back, and we refuse to take 87 years.
And, you know, there's a book that I'm working on that speaks to black organizational leadership. And what I've often said is we've got all these black organizations. So we have capacity. It's simply unutilized capacity.
So it's two things. We have to coordinate and have a unified strategy. One sound, one voice. The other thing is we have to fund the movement because this costs money. It costs money to have people in every city doing the research, doing the work, and doing the training. This isn't something that can be done for free. And when I think about our second Reconstruction, the Civil Rights Movement, I think about all those celebrities and athletes who funded the movement. I think about all those corporations who are willing to fund the movement. And in this day and age, it's all hands on deck. Don't be afraid of the occupant in the White House because he's only going to be here for so long. But guess what? We're going to be here after. After that's over, we're going to be here. And we need people willing to step up and fund this movement.
You know what's one of the things that's interesting, and some, you know, I try my best to ignore stupid people, but you got some fool, Alex Clark -T8H on here who said, we want to get paid just like Roland Martin was, $350,000. Well, first of all, I got to remind y'all that was for advertising during the campaign. And I love the Negroes who complain about us getting $350,000 in advertising, but they're silent on the white folks that got $600 million. And what they also don't understand is what you just laid out. And this is not about being arrogant or cocky, but folk gotta understand, this is called infrastructure. This event, we're streaming it out to 30 to 40 other pages across the country. We got crew here. We got crew in D.C., with a crew in Selma. That costs money. And so when people say, well, man, we need folk out here working. We need folk, well, you want folk to volunteer? It has to be funded. The movement has to be funded.
Look, people would spend $200 to go to a baddie brunch, right? We don't need any more baddie brunches. What we need is actually real things happening in our communities because people are hurt. And in order to have real change, you have to have funding. That's the purpose of resources. Resources isn't for the sake of capitalism. It's for the sake of community.
Right. Like, it's a little hard to take people around the country and broadcast from 8-10 cities, and you do that because you got to pay for gas, you got to pay for hotels and airfare. That people don't understand. And so we are often sitting here asking our leaders to do stuff for free, but then folk want to say, well, how do we get what comes back to our community? That's what happens when you mess about your political power. You put folks in who now can bring resources back to our community.
Look, I have a staff of 32. That's 32 families that are dependent on making sure I'm raising money so they can get up every day and do their jobs. Like, this isn't something that happens for free, but here's the thing. We have to be willing to invest in our community. We have to be willing to invest into a better country.
Because we invest in other communities.
Don't you get weary. That dollar leaves so fast, doesn't it? But it's time that we keep that dollar in our communities so we can actually build a better future.
Absolutely. Rebecca, always a pleasure. We appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. I also, y'all, she dressed for the weather. I told Cory Booker, I said, Cory, how you come out here with a black shoes, black pants, black shirt, a black jacket. I said, you ain't spend no time in the South.
Look, when I said it was 85 degrees, it felt like it's 105.
Oh, there you go. Luckily, we got a little breeze. Rebecca, we appreciate it. Thanks so much. We're going to bring over Tennessee State Representative Justin Pearson. He spoke earlier on the stage. We're going to bring him on out here. And so, come on here.
To fight for the promises of the people. I need y'all to go crazy right now.
Here we go. Pearson, then you.
Johnson, CEO of the NAA.
All right, take a seat here.
Let's go.
So let's do this here. So we're gonna let's hear what Derek has to say from the stage, and then we're gonna come back and talk to Justin Pearson.
Will be won locally. This movement must be won locally. When the Supreme Court made their decision, within 48 hours, the Tennessee Legislative Black Caucus began to organize to get ready for the next week. When the Supreme Court made the decision, communities in Louisiana filed a petition to recall the governor within 48 hours. This movement will be won locally. When the Supreme Court made the decision, groups say we need to convene in Montgomery to initiate the fight. So this movement must be won locally. For those of you who studied the civil rights movement, it was never about a demonstration or a march. It was always about the people. For those of you who understand the impact of the civil rights movement, it was always community-centric led. What we must do here is ignite the power of the people locally to carry the movement forward. With that said, all roads lead to November's election. All roads lead to November's election because the reason why they are seeking to take the power from the people is a result of the power of the vote that you have displayed across the former Confederate states. It's no coincidence that the states that are reacting first are the former Confederate states. Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia now, South Carolina now, and Florida. We will prevail because we must organize locally. Now, as we get ready to leave from here, on Tuesday, there is an election in Georgia. If you have people in Louisiana, call them now. There's an election right now. If you are familiar with what's going on in Florida, call people now, because the fight that we have to take on is locally. Now, one of the things I'm going to conclude with this, that our history have taught us, that every time we came together, we won. Every time we strategized together, we won. Every time we leveraged both our voices, our vote, and our money, we won. In this moment, we will win because we are in this fight. So when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win.
Y'all keep it going for the NAACP. Now representing Fair Fight Action, I need y'all to go crazy. We got our good sister Lauren Wargo and Amar Patek. What's up, Alabama?
All right, folks. All right, folks, we're going to bring on Representative Justin Pearson, chat with him. Representative Pearson, listen, this battle, it's southern states. That's what the target is. But this really requires folk from everywhere to be fully engaged.
Absolutely. It reminds me of the great matriarch of the civil rights movement, Mamie Till, when she said, you know, I didn't think about the problems in the South as being my problems as a person who lived up north. For black folks and people across the country of good conscience, you got to realize that the litmus test for our country's progress isn't Massachusetts and California, it's what's happening in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas. And right now, they're the neo-confederacy. They are literally literally reviving their ancestors' dreams of stripping away our voting rights, taking away our ability to articulate and challenge the systems of oppression that we're dealing with.
Well, but the thing that I was talking to Congresswoman Joyce Beatty about this, and Congresswoman Presley about this. And that is the reason it all goes together, because if you get rid of these black members in the South, frankly, they're Democrats, they're not Republicans, then what you're doing is you're decreasing that representation, and now who controls the House, who controls the Senate, and so it all goes together. So if you're black in New York State, if you're black in California, if you're white in Illinois, well, guess what? This is impacting you because MAGA Republicans want to consolidate power, and they want to put those Democrats permanently in the minority.
There is no way to get a majority for Democrats without the seats in the South. There's no way Democrats ever again have a majority in the House of Representatives, have a majority in the Senate, if the South does not have representation. And so it's no coincidence that a third of the seats are congressional black caucus members, or seats that are majority black or have the possibility for majority black representation. And so that is the truth. If you care about national politics, there's no national political power for Democrats if black people don't have power, and at least 50% of black people in the United States of America live in the South. So this isn't a place that can be abandoned. This isn't a place that can be neglected. And for everybody who's in New York, for everybody who's in California, Massachusetts, show up. I'm running for Congress. Other people are running for Congress. We're fighting in state houses. Show up in some committees. Show up with some organizers and say, we are in the fight for our life and for our democracy right now.
Not only that, what I also say, and I've seen these folks populate on YouTube, and you'll have these folks who will go, oh, you're shilling for Democrats. Democrats haven't done this, haven't done that. I then say, okay, give me your 5 issues. My deal is very simple. Do I believe in expansive voting rights? Yes. Do I believe that we should have same-day voter registration? Yes. Do I believe in civil rights legislation? Yes. Do I believe that we should be providing contracts, federal contracts to African Americans? Yes. Do I believe that we need to be educating our children and ensuring those resources are coming to black neighborhoods and not just the white neighborhoods? Yes. Well, my deal is real simple. I will pull up candidates who are, so again, for me, this is not blue, red. It's not donkey, elephant. For me, it's black. I am making a conscientious black decision with my vote. And the reality is, when I do that, it is not for MAGA Republicans.
This is part of the reason that they cracked our district in Memphis, because they don't want to change their policies or their politics to actually convince us that they're a party that cares about us.
So, and this is what I try to explain to Stephen A. Smith and others. They're not trying to compete for black votes.
No, they're trying to steal black representation or dilute black political power because they don't want to let go of white supremacy. At the end of the day, they're not attached to any ideology other than white supremacy. How do we build more power for ourselves, consolidate more power for ourselves, and consolidate more power for the rich, the powerful, and the billionaires? That is not the same thing that the rest of us need or are fighting for. And so they don't want to change how they're thinking about things. They want to steal and rig the election.
So you were running for Congress. You were running against incumbent Congressman Steve Cohen. They've now changed the districts. I saw your tweet, so he decided to retire. So, but you made it clear you're moving forward.
Absolutely. I'm still running in the 9th district. You can try and rig the election, but you can't rig our movement and the momentum that we currently have. Whether you're in a rural area or an urban area, you care about whether or not you have enough money for food. The gas prices being skyrocketing because of an endless war with Iran. All of the same issues that black people care about in the city are the same ones farmers and rural folks care about. They know these billionaires don't give a care about them. And so we get the opportunity now to go across 15 counties to go and fight for those votes and show them a different vision. Because Republicans have put us in a horrible spot in this country. And whether you are living in an urban area, rural area, suburban area, you know that to be your reality. Your life is not better today than it was before this administration.
Absolutely. Always good to see you, my brother. Keep giving them hell.
Every single day.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thanks a bunch. All right, appreciate it. I'm going to bring in now Damon Hewitt. Damon Hewitt is the leader of the largest committee for civil rights under law. Earlier we talked to, man, you don't need that jacket. It's too high. Put that jacket down. I don't even know why you trying to put a jacket on. It's too damn high for that jacket, Fred.
Corporate nigga in the courtroom.
Yeah, but you ain't in the courtroom. You outside.
We outside for real, Roller. We outside literally, figuratively. They're trying to put us outside the power structure. And so this is a time we have to reconceptualize what does black political power look like. If we measure it only in the number of congressional black caucus members we have, that's not going to be the measure right now, or even the state legislature. We have to measure it in different ways. We have to flex it in different ways, too.
There will be no marriage.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, what I keep emphasizing, this is not, when we say black political power, we're also talking about black economic power. We're talking about black health, black education, all these things, because those elected officials, their job is to ensure that dollars are coming to our community. And so when they start doing what they're doing, what that ends up means is that money is going to be driven to other communities and not ours.
Well, here's what's the next step. We know that this whole game is happening on Louisiana v. Calais and all the redistricting because we've been winning. Because we broke the partisan supermajority in Mississippi based on the case that we had the Lawyers Committee litigated with ACLU on the strength of Mississippi community organizers. They know that what else is coming is the census 2030. Yep. Remember what Trump did with 2020 census? They got slapped back in the Supreme Court, but it's a different game now. They're not going to make the same procedural errors they made before. They're going to do it even worse, better for them, but worse for us. And so census is all about where resources flow. Billions, trillions of dollars in resources. And so this is really about starving and choking our community. You starve the political power, you starve our First Amendment voice, you starve our bodily autonomy, you stifle our vote, and then you take all the money and run. That's what they're doing.
And listen, and I've been yelling and screaming this, but our people have to understand really what is at play here. And they have been angry with our success since the Black Freedom Movement.
Well, exactly. I mean, this is prolonged getbacks. That's what this is. It's really like the lost cause, not of the Confederacy, but of the old Dixiecrat South, right? This is just like after Reconstruction, where there were folks, white folks, power structures that made compromises at our expense. Back then, it was federal troops leaving and leaving us to a 100-year campaign of terror. Now, it's corporations, it's higher education, it's some elected officials, frankly, who are making compromises, doing cowardly things, or doing the even more cowardly thing, which is no thing at all, at our expense. And so we have to call them to task, not just through the ballot box, but in other ways as well. Absolutely.
And when I said to Janae, you know this well, I mean, the reality is our civil rights lawyers are literally engaged in massive warfare every single day in these courtrooms.
Every day. I mean, we're here right now with the people. This week, we argued in court to stop Trump's executive order to limit mail-in voting and to have a preferred list of voters based on immigration and other status. We also filed a new redistricting case in Tennessee, which is one of the current battlefronts. So it stretches all of us thin. It's massive warfare. And look, Roland, sometimes I feel like we don't have enough civil rights lawyers around to litigate well everything we need. That's why we need allies and support. Lawsuits alone won't be enough, but lawsuits in concert with people and movement can make a difference.
And also, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say this. It also requires our high net worth folk to understand Leonard Leo is sitting on a $1.6 billion fund because a rich white conservative gave the stock and he is weaponizing that. This is one of those moments where high net worth African Americans and white progressives should be saying they're going to be creating $1 billion legal fund that has to be deployed to fight. That's what you're up against.
If you quantify what's needed, it would be at least what you just said, Roland. This work has always been underfinanced. We're relying upon institutional philanthropy that's right now trying to band together to cover themselves against the tax administration. But we need that private equity, that private money. There are black people of wealth and of means. We have all forms of capital. We have human capital. You can volunteer and mobilize. You have fiscal capital. You can donate. You also have reputational capital. Use your mouth. Use your feet if you got them. Use your legs if they're able. We need people using all of our faculties to move, but the dollars must flow. We can't do this Obama 2008 campaign style, right? We have to do this in a way where people who have significant means are moving in addition to the people who have small dollars to support the organization at the front lines. It could be my organization, a lawyers committee for civil rights. It could also be another organization. It could be a community group around the corner from you. Support somebody. I talked to a group of black corporate executives just yesterday in New York City. And what I said was, I know you all write checks. You might do it on December 31st. I want you to write all the checks now. I want you to at least double the checks that you write now. Support some black organization. Not a black-led organization, Roland, a black organization that's focused on our people and our community. Not to the detriment of others, but to make a better way for our people and everybody in this country.
Absolutely. Damien, we appreciate it, my brother.
Appreciate you, man.
Keep up the fight.
Always, brother.
Thanks so much, Frat. Again, folks, the battle continues. The battle continues. So even though the crowd here is thinning out, listen, we've got thousands of people who have been watching us across more than 30 channels on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram today. They have been all over. They have been watching. They have been commenting. And what we need you to do is also, we need you to use your power. I need all of y'all to go to allroadsleadtothesouth.com. Again, allroadsleadtothesouth.com. I need y'all to sign up. Y'all give me 1 second, it's hot.
So everybody, Lewis and Austin making good trouble.
So I need to, listen, when you out in this heat, you got to stay hydrated. So that's what we got to do. So what I said made clear, what we have to do is, again, use our numbers. Go to allroadsleadtothesouth.com, and we need all of y'all to register. That's what we need you to do. All right, who's next? Come on, Rashad Robinson, longtime leader of Color of Change, joins us right now. Rashad, one of the things I was just talking to Damon about is that this is a moment where African Americans of means must band together and say, if Leonard Leo is sitting on a $1.6 billion fund that he is using to fight this strategy, then we've got to create that similar fund. Folks, I need our people to understand, and we are excellent at doing a lot with little. But you cannot fight any of these battles. You cannot put on these events. You cannot organize and mobilize around the country and think folk gonna do it for free.
Well, the problem that we have is if this work is only funded by white foundations, that does limit the possibility of what we can actually achieve. When you think about the right wing, their funders, their billionaires, their millionaires are actually more radical sometimes than their actual activists. And what they do is they create space for them to do all sorts of things. Imagine if the folks that were funding our movements believed in reparations. How much space that would provide. So I not only agree with what you're saying, but the other thing I'll say is that for the black folks who control the people who control things like endowment funds, who control things like the pension funds in cities and blue states and blue cities. Why do we have money inside of Bill Ackman's funds? Why don't we pull that? We actually, the government resources are helping in so many ways fund our oppression. And so I think about
Bill Ackman's fund, BlackRock, all of those folks, Steve Schwartzman, they're all putting money into anti-black causes.
Absolutely. And so sometimes I hear people say, what if like Illinois or New York or California succeeded? We don't actually have to go as far as secession. What if we succeeded with our money? What if the governors and the comptrollers and the state treasurers in those places started using the money for around procurement? What if we started using the money to divest from companies that were putting us in harm's way? I remember back when I was taking on Facebook, I would have never been able to show up to the shareholders meeting if the New York City comptroller did not use their shares to proxy me in to actually go after that company. But let's take it a step further. And so you're absolutely right. We will always lose in the back rooms if we don't have people lined up at the front door. And it's not just the front door of capitals like this, it's the front door of the places that keep our money and spend our money and fund our oppression.
Then I love these people, these simple Simons who say, no check, no vote. Okay, here's my question. Are the Republicans cutting you out a check?
No.
See, I mean, that's what trips me out. They ain't cutting you a check.
It's a lazy strategy. It's a strategy like voting is about picking your opponent, picking the person you're going to fight with. I remember when I built the district attorney strategy where we went after and we elected folks like Larry Krasner and Kim Foxx and Amber Sayala. Some of those folks are really great, but I knew that they were going to go into offices where we would still have to challenge them. We were picking our opponent. I remember when we got Anita Alvarez out of office in Cook County and we put Kim Foxx in. Kim couldn't be perfect in that seat, but what we knew is that before Kim Foxx was in that office, activists weren't even let up to the office by Anita Alvarez. When Kim Foxx got there, we got up there. We got to do real work around changing, getting people let out who had marijuana arrests, about stop prosecuting for low-level offenses. That was about picking the people we're going to fight with, pick the people we're going to argue with. Imagine if we were all able to fight with Kamala Harris right now. Imagine if we were all able to battle with her, demand things from her. That's a much different position to be in than the position we're in now. And so the stupid idea that you got to love everything about the person you're putting in office actually is it defies what our ancestors actually have fought for and built, and how we are actually in these seats we're in right now. It's because people recognize that they had to move things. Even when they couldn't move everything.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think back when Herbert Hoover ran, here was a white man who was a Republican who was leading the Lily White movement.
Yeah.
And there were black folks who voted for him because they said, we know what he's doing, but we know what his evil Southern Democrat self is going to do.
Yep. That's a good one. It's like, I mean, this is strategy, and we have to be in a much different conversation about what that looks like. I mean, this is also why I talk a lot. My book that comes out in July, I talk a lot about profiteering. I talk a lot about corporate power. I talk a lot about the corridors of power, whether it's like government, big tech, Hollywood. How do we have a strategy that takes on all the places that put us in harm's way? And in this era where we're not going to achieve everything through government, we're also going to have to look at how do we take on those places that make the decisions in our lives? And how do we think about power, not just as the written rules of policy, but the unwritten rules of culture?
Rashad Robinson, I appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, y'all, that's Rashad Robinson there. I'm going to sit here and talk to Derek Johnson, the CEO of NAACP. So he's doing a quick interview over here. So we're going to wait on him. As I said, we're getting to the conclusion. It is a 5:03. This started a little late, so we're in the final stage of our speakers right now. And so we are going to be closing this up very soon. And so what I'm doing is, like I say, waiting on Derek Johnson to finish his interview over here before he comes over. And so he's making his way over here right now. And so we'll take a few questions with him. Derek Johnson, CEO, NAACP. Derek, we had thousands that registered. Buses came from all over. And what I have been saying, day, moment, but this is the kickoff to what has to be summer, fall. Take it through November, but also beyond November. 27, getting ready for those elections in 27, the state races, the local races, then 28. And so we cannot act as if we have a breath when it comes to elections. There are elections somewhere, somehow, every year in this country that we got to be motivated and in position to impact.
But you know, the system is working just like they designed it. We got to break it. We got to overwhelm it with votes so we can break what is happening. It's no coincidence that a Supreme Court decision will come down and the former Confederate states are reacting the way they are. Starting with Tennessee, Louisiana, right here in Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, now Georgia, South Carolina. We are in a moment, it's an inflection point, where we have to move away from this big national conversation and get to local communities and organize in states, because the fight is in those southern states, and the fight is where 55% of all black folks live. That's the former Confederate states.
How are you positioning? You've got some 2,000 chapters. And so what is the directive that you're laying out to them to how they need to be moving? NAACP, nonpartisan, speaks to an agenda, not a party. But what is that plan of action for those massive number of chapters?
Well, everything we do has to lead to November. We built out a robust database. When we convene in Jackson, Mississippi on the 20th, we will have people from all across the state. They will leave there with their assignment. Everything we need to do is about the assignment. It's not about the speech. It's about the work, the outcome. The outputs are great, but the outcome is what we're looking for. So across the southern landscape, majority of our members and units are in the South. The work that we have to do is in rural communities, in suburban communities, and in urban areas. And our job is to impact the formation of public policy, and you got to do that at the polling place.
One of the things that I have said directly to white politicians, white leaders, I'm like, yo, we don't black folks. We need y'all to go talk to white folks. Y'all need to be having those conversations. I told Senator Bernie Sanders direct, I said, you need to be having the hard conversations with white people in West Virginia, Oklahoma, North Carolina, South Carolina, when it comes to the issues. I'm like, we get it. And that needs to be happening. And I think all too often, a lot of these white elected officials or organizational leaders don't really want to have that tough conversation with their own people.
You know, we represent 13% of the population. We can anchor a movement because of our moral arc, but they got to do the work. At the end of the day, I don't want to see white people come to my community talk to our folks. We can talk to our folks. We need them to talk to their folks. Someone mentioned the equivalence of this was a Supreme Court decision around abortion. I say, no, how is that the case? He said, well, it encouraged white women. Well, white women voted almost 52% for Donald Trump. So we, at some point, it has to break. White supremacy cannot be the order of the day. If you're going to have a true representative democracy, other communities got to stand up in this moment.
All right, then. Last point here, and that is what I've said. Everybody has a role to play. This is not, there's a lot of our folk, a lot of young folks, your brothers and sisters I heard in 2025 said, oh, we're tired, we need a break. I'm like, all right, I gave y'all 2025. I don't want to hear that break shit in 26. I'm like, this is all hands on deck, everywhere.
You know, there will be a catalyst moment, whether this is the spark, the Supreme Court decision spark, but we got to wake up. If you care about economics, this is important to you. If you care about education, this is important with you. If you care about, you name whatever the policy issue, this must be important for you, and it has to be intergenerational. We can't go to this young versus old, male versus female. It got to be us for us in this moment for Black Power.
Absolutely. Derek Johnson, President, NAACP. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Take care.
Folks, again, we are almost coming to the end. We still got some speakers on stage. Let's just do this here. Let's go to the stage and let's hear some of those speakers. And then we come back. We're going to talk to the State Representative Justin Jones. So we're going to go to the stage right now.
At the center of every movement that has happened in the world. Show some love for Black Women's Round Table and Black Youth Vote! I was trying to see how long I can hold it.
Hey, I'm Tamika Ramsey Brown from the great state of Michigan. Because we have people from Michigan and Mississippi, and we gonna fight for y'all like we want you to fight for Michigan. I'm Cassandra Brown, Florida Black Women's Roundtable. They are arresting our sisters in the legislature and they are taking our seats, but we are still here. We are still here.
I am Sandra Lee Williams and a member of the Black Women's Roundtable from Georgia. I represent workers. That means I am a member of labor and I'm glad to be here, and I want you to repeat after me. When we vote, we win.
I'm Christina Q from South Carolina Black Women's Roundtable, and right now Donald Trump is trying to take our maps and trying to make it more Republican, but we are going to fight back, and they're going to wake a giant that they cannot fight, and that's our people power.
Hey, 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 Alabama! I'm Commissioner Sheila Tyson. I represent Black Women Roundtable for the state of Alabama. I want you to know the game hadn't changed. Instead of sticking the dogs on us, they are putting...
Hey y'all, welcome to The Other Side of Change, only on the Black Star Network and hosted by myself, Bria Baker, and my good sis, Jamira Burley. We are just two millennial women tackling everything at the intersection of politics, gender, and pop culture.
And we don't just settle for commentary. This is about solution-driven dialogue to get us to the world as it could be and not just as it is.
Watch us on the Black Star Network, so tune in to The Other Side of Change.
Over 1 million people from the voters registration.
That's right.
So besides you, we are in the fight of our life, and we're going to win, and we're not going back.
Let's go one time. This is Selma Scott from Georgia Stand Up. We are members of the Black Women's Roundtable. Say Black Women's Roundtable. Black Women's Roundtable. Black Women's Roundtable. Black Women's Roundtable. Black Women's Georgia is in the house. We have a legislative session. All the things that they're doing in all the states, they're coming to a state called Georgia. Meet us at the Capitol on June 17th. We're going to tour Georgia blue. Next up, we have Black Youth Vote. Let's go. We got 1 minute, rapid fire.
Hello, everybody. My name is Daryl Coles, National Project Coordinator for Black Youth Vote, and it's truly an honor and pleasure to be standing among you amazing fighters right now in this critical time in history. As we all know, all roads lead to the South, and that's because the South isn't just a region, it is the heartbeat of the movement, it is culture, it is political power, as you could clearly see from all the speakers that came to speak to you guys today. So just want you guys to know that Black Youth Vote and Rise, as long as we have breath, we will make sure the South continues to lead, and we will fight for a democracy that fights for all people. And with that being said, please help me welcome Angel Purdue.
Give me 30 good seconds.
Hello. I just wanted to say that when we show up, we show out. And voting matters. We have to show up and we have to gain back our power.
Let's go. Next up, rapid fire, 1 minute. Give me Ashley Lee Henderson, founder of Utopian Visions. Y'all lock in. We got a few more. We gonna finish strong the same way we started. What's up, good people? I need some energy. I came a real long way. I've been out here in this heat too. How you doing, good people?
Now listen, I imagine you came out here because you wanted somebody to tell you what we ought to do next, right? Y'all got a whole bunch of people tell you what color the water is that we're drowning in today, right? But how many of y'all actually want to do some meaningful work to change what's happening in this country? I'm not by myself, right? So let me tell you what my assessment is. My assessment is that these politicians are bought and paid for by multinational corporations. Do you agree with me? So I'm from the great state of Tennessee, so you know they just redistricted us just like last week, 8 days after the Calais decision, right? And because they did that, I was curious, who bought and paid for these politicians in Tennessee? And my estimation is that FedEx spent a lot of money on these politicians. You know what I'm saying? So I want you to get your phone out, get your phone out, get your phone out. And when you get your phone out, I want you to go to fixitfedex.com. Fixitfedex.com. I want you to go to fixitfedex.com because my estimation is if they bought these politicians, then through these Jim Crow maps,
give me 3 whole seconds.
Then we ought to go after their bank accounts. Right? They try to take our vote, we control the economy, right? So I'm going to say fix it, you're going to say FedEx. Fix it.
FedEx.
Fix it.
FedEx.
Let's be about that work, good people.
Show Ashley some love. Last rapid fire, and then we're going to hear from our core organizers of today. Somebody make some noise. All roads lead to the South if y'all still having a good time. Next up, we have William Barnes, President and CEO of the National Urban League. Y'all make some noise as he comes.
All right, hey cousins, I'm so happy to be out here. My name is Tyler Litt, and I'm the National Urban League Young Professional
Guest mic.
President,
Check, check, check.
Check, check. Guest mic.
Of the Birmingham Urban League. And one, I want to commend him for letting me have his time for this rapid fire. So thank you so very much for allowing me to speak in your hometown. I represent over 10,000 young professional leaders who are supporting the National Urban League and the work they are doing across the country to empower lives and change communities. There's something so surreal and beautiful about being in Montgomery. It's all about responsibility. And as a young leader, I want to say we are here today, tomorrow, to that call. We are the leaders that you have been looking for. Selma was never just about a bridge. Montgomery was never just about boycotts or a march. And justice was never meant to be temporary. So we are ready to fight and to make sure our communities are protected and empowered. History and the world are watching, and I'm more confident now than ever that we got us, we got this, and let's get to work. God bless you.
Y'all give it up for it. Give it up.
Let's keep it going. Now, when I say all roads, you say lead to the south. All roads, you got to say it nasty. All roads. Yes, sir. Now, I need everybody forward. I need all of your cameras out because we're going to introduce the organizers, the visionaries of today's event. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all know we was finished. Y'all still feeling good? Come on, we got a quick word. Y'all show some love for Brother Vince Evans.
Y'all still with us? All right. We're about to end, but before we do that, we got Pastor Glasgow. But I want y'all to wait 10 more minutes because today could not happen without some very powerful leaders in this country. When the Voting Rights Act decision came down a couple of weeks ago, there were a singular group of leaders who pulled this off. Y'all, we pulled this off in 8 days. That's what y'all did. So, Pastor Glasgow, I'm going to get you to come up here for your 1 minute, and then I'm going to introduce the people who brought us here today.
I don't know how I'm going to do this in 1 minute, but let me tell y'all something. Get your phones out. Get your phones out real quick. Text somebody right now. Tell them I need to meet me in Washington with Thompson Nan. We're going to do a march on Washington on August 28th. Text that right now, August 28th, march on Washington. Let me tell y'all something. Voting rights is connected to housing rights, connected to education, connected to everything that we have. When we won the lawsuit in 2008, we could take that same lawsuit according to due process by them locking people up, by information, not grand jury indictment, and then we could get everybody's voting rights back. I need y'all to get in touch with everybody you know, get in touch with people. We got AJI, and we got all different organizations, the Alabama Justice Initiative, TOPS. We got all the people that's finna come before you, and they can tell you, get with somebody. So you can get educated, you can get informed, you can get trained, you can learn strategies, and you can learn how to get out there and vote. I said, my brother made a statement. He coined the name, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no vote, no win. No vote, no win. No vote, no vote, no vote.
No vote, no win. Y'all, we are going to end our program with the people who brought us together. The first sister I'm going to call up is a generational leader. She leads the Legal Defense Fund that has come to this state for decades, fought for over 80 years. This is the woman who went to the United States Supreme Court and argued this case. I am pleased to introduce the Director Counsel, a bad, powerful sister, the Honorable Janae Nelson.
Come on, LDF, come on up. Let me first start by saying thank you for staying, for being here, and for coming out today. I'm going to try to be brief. I also want to thank our co-conspirators in conceiving of this amazing moment and getting everyone here. I want to especially shout out Dewana and Trey and all the organizers who did the work. Exceptional, exceptional. But let me say this. They say that justice moves slowly. I say sometimes it needs an accelerant. Sometimes you have to throw some gas on that flame. And what we did today did just that. We showed up and we said that that defeat in the courts does not mean a defeat in the streets. That we need to not sit on the sidelines. We need to come out, be outside, show our faces, be together. When I stood in the well of the Supreme Court with the support of an amazing staff and amplified the voices of Black Louisianans, I was trying to convince 9 justices that Black people deserve an equally weighted vote, that Black people's right to vote secures democracy for everyone. And they did not take the invitation. Shame, 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 shame. But you know what? It showed us what we need to do to refound this democracy. We need court reform. We need a Supreme Court that we can rely on to do justice. We need a new democracy where D.C. is a state. We need a democracy where there is a positive right to vote. We need a John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. We need state voting rights acts across the country like we just got passed in the state of Maryland and we introduced in Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. We need a revolution of democracy because our founder, 86 years ago, Thurgood Marshall, taught us one thing among many, and that is that this is our democracy. We built it by marching in Selma. Our lawyers worked to get the path secured in the courthouses to make it to Montgomery safely after Bloody Sunday. And we have been fighting for democracy every single day since. And we will not stop. We were built for this. We were built in 1940 when there was no possibility of this multiracial democracy. If you looked at the laws and you looked at what was being created and the barriers that existed, but we were able to dream up with our clients and others who wanted to support the work of multiracial democracy to create this splendid, splendid experiment. And we're not giving up on it now. So when I say this is our democracy, I want you to feel it. I'm going to say one thing as we close. We need to get real. We need to get real about what's at stake. Why do they want this power? It's not just about losing seats. What do they want to do with the power that they get? What's in store for Black people when they get that power? They don't want it for nothing. They plan to do something with it, and it will be nefarious. It will set us back. It will undo progress. So we also need to get real. REAL. We need to register to vote and get everybody else registered in our orbit. We need election protection, 1-866 Our Vote, and Black Voters on the Rise, which is what LDF does every single year, year-round, local elections, day in, day out. We need to hold our elected officials accountable. We need accountability. Know the numbers to all of your elected officials and call them when you don't like what they're doing. And finally, we need to build local power. Register, election protection, accountability, local power. Let's get real. Let's get real. Let's get united. Let's get this democracy back because whose democracy is it? Whose democracy? Whose democracy?
Our democracy!
Yes, thank you.
Let's go. Let's keep it going. Now listen, y'all, this next sister is the ultimate convener. She has built systems. She has opened doors, and I love that she opened them, and she kept it open for many others. She covers us consistently. You saw her up here on stage. I'm talking about the leader of the Black Women's Roundtable. Let's show some love. Black Youth Vote. Let's show some love. And the National Coalition of Black Participation.
soldier we're looking for. Tell your neighbor. You gonna tell your neighbor? All right. So, Melanie Campbell, Black Women's Roundtable, Black Youth Vote National Coalition. The one thing, or maybe 3 or 4 things, I want to leave with you because it's been a long day. How many of y'all believe we've come this far by faith? How many of y'all believe we built this country and we ain't going no doggone where? How many of you understand that what we need to do is a few things? 1, say it with me. Vote black. Vote black. Buy black. Be black or an ally. Be black or an ally. Put your money in black banks. Take care of black institutions. And the last thing, I want to thank my team. I want to thank my colleagues with the LDF and Black Voters Matter and the 160 organizations that came together. I want to thank a brother who's been out here with us all day long, Roland Martin, Black.
Give it up, give it up, give it up.
Row, Black Star Network. He owns his network. That's what time it is. I'm going to sit down because we got work to do. Say we got work to do. Right? And last thing, I'm a Baptist AME. Who in here from Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Arkansas? That's the heart of this country. That's why they're coming for us. But guess what? They've awakened a sleeping giant. We ain't going nowhere. We built this country. Peace and power.
Let's go. Y'all show some love. Sister Melanie Campbell. Now I need everybody to come to the front because we're going to finish the same way we started. Somebody say strong. Now, Sister Melanie said we got work to do. Look at your neighbor and say we got work to do. John 15:16 says that we will have an opportunity to bear fruit. Fruit that will remain, fruit that will outlive us, fruit that will touch generations to come. Now, these next 3, one for the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, they have fruit, y'all, where they have invested millions of dollars into black communities, black organizations, mobilizing millions of black voters all over the country. So when I say black voters, I need you to say matter. Black voters. Black voters, y'all show some love for Latasha Brown, Cliff Albright, and April Albright. Let's go.
What am I going to say after that? Y'all give it up for the best MC I've ever seen, D. Reed. Come here, D. Reed. For those of y'all who don't know, you may have seen some protests going on in Alabama last week at the Capitol. You may have seen somebody getting dragged out of those special hearings that they were having. And as they were dragging her out, she was singing. You gonna sing for us tonight?
Deep in my heart, I do believe.
What you believe?
That we shall overcome someday.
All right. D. Reed. Y'all, we're not going to talk long. For those of y'all who are old enough to, you might remember the Def Comedy Jam and Russell Simmons used to come out. And what would he say? Thank you for coming. God bless. And good night. Right? But I can't do that without first thanking a whole lot of folks that made this happen. Before we do that, clap for yourselves because y'all are still here. Y'all are hardcore. I'm scared of y'all. I see you over there, too. I see you over there. I see y'all back there, too. And so, thank you. But we got to thank a few folks. First off, we got to thank our dear sister, DeWanna Thompson, for handling all the logistics, all the planning meetings. Thank you so much, sister. So many folks to thank. We got some folks hiding in the background. Black Equity Strategies and Trust. That's DeWanna's organization. Look it up. Find them, support them. Black Equity Strategies and Trust. Who else we got? Vincent. Come on up, Vincent. Thank you, Vincent. Anybody who found out about this through the media, through seeing an article someplace, seeing a press release, seeing a brilliant strategy of creative, online creators, give it up for Karen Finney, y'all. Dom. Oh, Dom. Oh, yes. Give it up. Again, we've had a lot of partners, but, you know, when we look at all the partners that we had, we knew that we had to have included in that the oldest, the boldest, our friends at NWOC, and especially this one. Give it up for Dom. That's right. We got to give it up for the 228 partner organizations that signed up. We got to give it up for y'all. We had a lot of folks out here, but guess what? We also had over 80 satellite events all across the country. We are not alone. And all roads lead to what? All roads lead to what? And who else? Oh, our staff. Y'all, you know, a lot of times you'll see us, you'll see me, you'll see Latasha, you might see April, but this is not an organization, Black Voters Matter, of 3 people. We've got an amazing staff. Some of them are walking out there. They still giving out stuff, giving out waters and fans and all of that. And we got some of our team that helped to plan some of the logistics behind this. Give it up for our very, very special, she's April number 1. We got 2 Aprils. We go back and forth between April number 1 and April number 2. Today, this is April number 1. And then, of course, our anchor partners, who you've already heard from. Huh? Who I think? Help me out now. All the volunteers, all the organizations, Indivisible, that was a huge help. Here.
Listen, it just took an incredible amount of people to pull this together. We are sitting in a city that literally welcomed us and gave us all the resources. Y'all help me thank the city of Montgomery and Mayor Stephen Reed. We appreciate him. We want to thank our partners at the state capitol and at the state house. They did actually come together and make sure that we had what we needed. We want to thank our amazing, amazing production team that made sure that we could come together and hear everything. We had screens all the way down Dexter Avenue, y'all. We want to thank all of our, we absolutely got to thank Roland Martin. Y'all give it up for Roland Martin. This man made sure that we had so many networks across the country streaming this information live. We were in, I think, over 3 million people's homes today. So this is a big, big moment for all of us. And I want to thank LRY Media, all of the people who came to the voting village, because we have what? Elections on Tuesday in Georgia and Alabama. We can't come together and forget that we still got work to do. So it's still voting time, right? It's still voting time. Thank y'all. Thank you to every single person. We appreciate you. And to my daddy, who held down the stage on my behalf, Pastor Don Thompson and Janice Thompson, I love you.
I believe that we will win. 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 Take it away, DJ.
Running to the checker flag, running through the red light. 12 can't be good, they won't pull over.
Thank y'all so much. All roads lead to the south.com. All roads lead to the south.com. We about to let them know. I see your sister on the grass. She said I ain't tired. I see Miss Betty represent Mobile. Okay? Yeah. Let's go. Shout out to the bros. Omega Psi Phi. Alpha Phi Alpha. All the D9s. About to let them know. I see you rolling. Let's go. Yeah. 1906. Shout out to Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. Zeta Phi Beta. Phi Beta Sigma. Let's go. My foot up on the gas. Yeah.
folks, that concludes All Roads Lead to the South. This thing started 9 a.m. local time. We were in Selma. Of course, covering what's happening there. And so that started with a church service there. Then there was a solemn march that went across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And so that was taking place there. And then we came here to Montgomery, where this event started. Again, this started about 4.5 hours ago. A number of speakers here. We talked to a number of elected officials, grassroots activists. Y'all, this is about the kickoff to Freedom Summer 2026. If you understand the history of Freedom Summer, it was when those black and white young folks traveled down south to Mississippi, to Alabama, to register folks to vote. The work of CORE, the work of SNCC, the work of SCLC, the work of the NAACP, National Congress for Negro Women, National Urban League, the Big Six organizations, the work that they put in made the Black Freedom Movement possible. And that's what this was all about. And so what we have to understand is what is going on right now. Obviously, one of the organizers of this joins us right now, Cliff Albright, co-founder of Black Voters Matter. Cliff, folks were sending me a text. They were like, well, hey, how does all have? This all started literally 7 days ago. It was a chat, and it was like, well, what are we going to call this thing? And so all of this was put together literally in 7 days.
Literally in 7 days. And the only way, and really the origins was really that we were all feeling the same thing that everybody else in our community was feeling. Like all the pain that was out there in our communities, we felt that, right? It hit us. We knew it was coming, but like a gut punch, it still hurts. And so we got on that call, was like, y'all, we got to do something. Y'all, folks are showing out in these states. Folks are showing out in Tennessee and Alabama and Louisiana. And we said, that's great, but we've also got to have a national response. And like you said, that was 7 days. There were folks that thought we were crazy to even try to do anything. And I think to get this turnout, to get this number of participants, and it wasn't just about here.
Right, that's the key. It wasn't just about Montgomery.
That's right.
Those 80 satellite events were also critically important.
That's right. And that was all over the country. California, New York, Ohio, satellite events all across the country, and folks coming from all across the country. We had buses from as far away as Ohio that came down here. So this was really a national response. And once again, it's a reminder that there's more of us than there is of them.
Absolutely. And it also shows why there has to be organization mobilization, why it has to be data collection. It can't just be, people say, we got to do something. We got to do something. Okay, what you going to do? That's what it has to be.
And it's got to be done in a way where, some folks are willing to put some stuff aside. So, like, we were very intentional. The first hour, maybe even hour and a half of today was nothing but the states. It was organizers from the southern states. It was state legislators, state reps from the southern states. Some congressional representation from the southern states. It was all of that for the first hour and a half before we got to one single national organization. That's because we were committed that this national event, that this national call had to somehow support all of those activities that are going on, not just last week, not just this week, but for the rest of this Freedom Summer and Freedom Fall.
And so we also made clear this is a day. The point of a day is to go to a second day, a third day. And so this was a day of action. Now is when the work begins. You got an election in Louisiana today. You got voting for another hour and 20 minutes. If you're Louisiana and you're black, we need you voting. That's what we need you doing. But you got election in Georgia and Alabama on Tuesday. You got election in all these other places happening as well. So joining us right now, Latasha Brown. She also co-founder of Black Lives Matter. Melody Campbell, National Coalition of Black Civic Participation. And what I was saying to Cliff is that, okay, one day this event is over. Now it's Monday, it's Tuesday, it's churches. What are they singing in their pulpits tomorrow? Then it's Wednesday and Thursday. And so folks have to understand that's when the work begins.
Begins. This was just an altar call. We're telling people that they got to come out and we got to do this work. This is about our lives, and it's not just about vote. It literally is about our agency, and we need people to understand how serious this is. This isn't just about voter suppression. This is around the silencing our voices and also taking money out of our pockets, shifting the resources from us. So folks got to know what time it is. It's nation building time.
Absolutely. And Melanie, we talk about again being on the ground, being in the communities. Everybody has a role to play in this. It can't just be 1, 2, 3 organizations. Everybody can do something.
Hey, listen, I don't care if you're national, state, local. It's one unit. It's one movement. And so the thing I think that is really important as they take those congressional seats, especially where there's governor's races, and so we tell our folks, okay, don't blame it on Donald Trump. We know he did what he did, but DeSantis in Florida took your 4 seats. There's a governor's race in Florida. There's a governor's race in Georgia, right? And so our people know that the power we have, when you look, and I know you talk about it all the time, we got the numbers to decide who the governor, the state, the secretary of state, all the way down the ballot. And so that's what we want to get people to focus on around the vote. And lastly, this is our opportunity. She talks about it all the time. New nation. It was our opportunity to tore it all up so we get to help build what we want it to be.
There's 3 things. We want people that 3 things that folks can do. One, it's important for you to have a political home. You have to connect with one of these black organizations. It doesn't matter. It could be Black Voters Matter. It could be the National Coalition. But you need to connect with the organization. The second thing is you got to do some work. You got to put some boots on the ground. Every Tuesday we do texting. You can go on our website, sign up, volunteer, and do some work. The third thing is you got to multiply yourself. It ain't just about you voting. Each of your vote needs to turn into 10. 10 to win. That's how you got to be thinking. And then the other thing is we got to fund our work and our movements. Just like this show, we so grateful that Roland Martin is out here. This brother always shows up for us. You got to support this platform so that we have an independent black platform that we can get our work out and our music. And get our news out. So please become a subscriber to the Roland Martin Show. Thank you, Roland.
Well, and listen, this is not about patting on the back, but I do need our people to understand the press riser is empty. They gone. They gone. And what our folks have to recognize, and again, how people think, you had 5,000 people that registered, but you had 30 times that have been watching all day. So if you don't use technology to now speak to people who couldn't make it here, you're blowing the opportunity. So that's why what I keep telling people, if you're having a local action, stream it. Don't just talk to the room, because the people who can't show up in the room, but they can still get the information. And so we got to be using technology, Cliff, in order to drive our messaging.
We got to use the technology, and we got to be willing to invest in our institutions, to invest in our media, to invest in our online media, our content creators, our black newspapers, or our black journals that still have their own websites or whatever. We've got to invest in that. But the other thing it shows is the flip side of that economic argument. One of the speakers that we really wanted folks to hear from in terms of laying out a longer-term action and campaign was our good friend Ashley Henderson, who has a whole campaign that she has come up with targeting FedEx, which is based in Memphis. So if they're going to cut up Memphis into 3 districts, our expectations is that the corporations that are based there aren't just going to sit back and watch that happen. And if they do watch it happen, then they don't deserve our support. Not only don't they deserve our support, but they need to be disrupted. It's the same strategy that we used back in 2021 when Georgia was doing voter suppression, and we called out the corporations like Coca-Cola and Delta and Home Depot. And so there's a double side to this economic strategy. Yep. We got to invest in us because we got us, but we also got to make them pay when they allow for the oppression and suppression to happen.
I do want to have Doris Crenshaw share with us just your thoughts. You're here in Montgomery. And just want to share your we fine. We got 5 cameras. We good. You ain't gonna worry about that. I just want you to share your thoughts about seeing this generation pick up the mantle and run with it.
I'm energized by it. It makes me, I'm hurting a little bit out here, but I'm ready to run. I'm ready to keep it moving. And I want to invest in our young people because I was a young person passing out leaflets for Joanne Robinson. And the young people today are very interested. They need direction. But women and youth propel all of the major movements in the world.
Absolutely. Latasha, I want to speak to this here because Gerald Griggs, I had him on the show yesterday, and he posted something on social media. In the Georgia race, now this was before they crossed 1 million, was about almost 700,000. 55% of the people that voted black were 65 plus. 18 to 39 were 9% of early voting. And what I keep, they're the largest demographic. And what I keep, we were talking to Tiffany Lawton earlier, and what I keep saying to Gen Z, to millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, you got the numbers, but you can't just talk on social media. You got to show your numbers at the ballot box. And then I had somebody say, well, we need folks to sit here and let us lead. I said, you ain't got to ask nobody for permission to mobilize and organize.
Well, we understand that because we got some young folks that got it going on. Right. Matter of fact, a lot of this, what you saw happen, was actually organized by young people who are doing this work. And we need to understand that there is a pattern that ultimately it is to get you to disengage. It's to make you feel so dejected that you become cynical. And I need folks to understand cynicism is not a strategy. That is not a strategy. Matter of fact, it keeps you from seeing a sense of hope. It keeps you from seeing what you got in your hand, what you can work with. It keeps you from seeing yourself as of builders of the future. So what we want is we want young folks in particular to shift from seeing yourselves just as citizens of this nation and start seeing yourselves as architects of the next nation. What is it that you want? But you got to build it. If this is to be your nation, you got to build it. You got to show up for you. So it's important for us to show up, but we need you to show up for us. But most importantly, we need you to show up for you.
Cliff, I'm going to start with you. Final thoughts.
I mean, there's a lot. I'm still processing a lot because this was really like just the whole experience of this past week, of this day, of seeing that crowd going all the way down these streets. But one of the things I was thinking of, as I was back there looking out was, we've had this whole narrative around this past year and a half of black folks and where we at and are we resting? Will we come to protest, rally, or whatever you want to call them? I feel like this is an inflection point, right? I feel like a message was sent, many messages were sent. Some of the messages were sent to those who try to oppress us and try to gerrymander us, and it's a message to them that we're not having it. But I also feel like it was kind of a message for ourselves, because basically what we're saying is we back, y'all. And we out here. We in these streets, and we're going to be in these streets until we get the wins and the justice that we deserve.
Melanie?
The last thing I want to say, first of all, is thank you. Thank you again, Roland, because it matters that we are able to get this out to our people. One of the things that we were really wanted to make happen is make sure people it's not just about the South, although we're as powerful as we are. This is about everybody. And so I think what was important that we also built coalitions with the local, right, the state and the national, and some other multiracial groups. Because what's happening to black folks is not happening to black folks. What's happening is happening to America. But we're taking the hardest hit. And last, they think they got us on the ropes. And so what did Muhammad Ali do? Right? He did the rope-a-dope. And so when it came around, he took them out. And so those who think that they can just take us out, watch. And what we say when we were out of Florida, let's go. Let's go.
Doris?
Well, I'm just so happy about today, and I'm especially happy about Roland Martin and communications. When we grew up, it was the Pittsburgh Courier and Debt Magazine and women passing out leaflets. But communications is very important, and you send the information, Roland, and we're so happy about that. And we want to begin to train our young people to be able to communicate.
Absolutely. Latasha. Latasha, go final comment. You're going to sing something. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Before I do that, I do want to say that oftentimes people think that you need money to get started, and money is important, right? Or you need to have the right idea to get started, or you need to have all this time. Sometimes those things are excuses, or either they're masking our fear. The truth of the matter is we were able to do this in 6 days.
Yep.
6 days. We didn't go to the mainstream media. We didn't list a famous name. You think that you can't move unless you get a name to come.
Yep.
We didn't list any names. It was a people's action that we came together. There were 50, it was over 50, 75. How many? It was 80. It was close to 80. We had 80 actions that were self-organized all around the country, including in Alaska. We had black groups, white groups, the No Kings groups that people are saying, well, do they stand with us? Yes, they were standing with us today. Right? Indivisible was standing with us today. The NAACP, the SCLCs, the National Coalition, Labor. This is what movement looks like. And so the last thing that I'll say is that, and the faith community. We actually, in Selma, Alabama, we had over 600, I think it was close to 1,000 faith leaders that came, that we saturated. Our movement is rooted in our rich history of literally a faith. That we understand that our true power is not about what the Constitution says. It's not about what the Bill of Rights says. Our true power comes from the highest power, and that has always been rooted in our belief and faith in God and a power that is greater than these folks on here. And so in this nation. And so in this moment, I just want people to understand that pain births possibilities. And so when it is a moment like this, that many of us are frustrated, this is when our best thinking comes. And so I'll just leave saying, well, the first thing I did right was the day I started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on, hold on. Hold on, family. We got this. We back outside, y'all.
All right. We certainly appreciate it, Latasha. Thanks so much. Doris, Melody, Cliff Albright. We appreciate it as well. Folks, I just want to read for y'all. Let's see here. Amplified Voices TV, Antisocial Studies on Twitch, April Turner Facebook, Black Voters Matter Fund, Black Voters Matter Fund on YouTube and Facebook, Black Women's Leadership Collective, Cat Ladies for America, Cheryl Smith on LinkedIn, Cody D on Facebook, Conscious Environment Creation on YouTube, my man Ebro and Laura. We appreciate it. Emily Glankler on Facebook and LinkedIn, Higher Heights for America on YouTube and Twitter. I Def Overthink on Facebook, Joanne Reed on Facebook and LinkedIn, Kate Langer, Kind Not Nice, Miss Peppermint, NAACP, National Council of Churches, Native Land Pod, Palmetto State News, People's Action on Facebook and YouTube, Peppermint 247, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, Phi Beta Sigma on YouTube and Facebook, Raising Readers, Sisters Lead, Sisters Vote, State of the People, Stephanie Jock, Sway, my man Sway Universe, Tevin Davis, Texas Metro News, The Christian Recorder, The Equity Alliance, The Joy Reed Show on YouTube, Legal Defense Fund, National Urban League, The Root, Thomas Madden, Facebook, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. So we had a total of 49 different. Okay, all right. Melody's group posted. I got you. All right, then. So we had a total of 50 different people, and so the whole point here, y'all, was that we didn't just want to say, hey, let's just come just solely to our channel. We wanted to be able to get folks to go to as many channels as possible for them to be able to experience this because we understood the importance of collective. April 3rd, 1968. Dr. King's last sermon at Mason Temple, he said black people individually are the poorest people in the country, but collectively we represent one of the largest economies in the world. He said if we move as a collective, then we'll be able to actually make a difference. The only way we're going to fight what's happening in this country, what's hacking in the South and across the country, if we move as a collective. It does not mean that we will agree with everything a politician says or does. It does not mean that we will agree with everything that an organization leader says and does. But what it does mean is that if you have a black agenda, that means you are opposing those who are anti-black. And so for those of people who say, oh, my goodness, this is a Democratic gathering, no, this wasn't about a D or R, a donkey or an elephant or red or blue. It was about a B, black. And so for those folks who have an anti-black agenda, that's who we are against. And so if you look at what's happening here, when you look at it, and here's the deal. The state is being taken down. The chairs are being down. Litters are going to be picked up. Now it's upon you. So if you're sitting there saying, well, I see what they're doing. Now the question is, what can you do? You might say, okay, I'm one person. But the reality is this here. You're one person in the house. So the first thing you do is everybody in this house must be registered. And then you say, well, then let me go to my neighbors, left and right, then across the street. Then let me go to my block. Then let me go to my multiple blocks, then my neighborhood, then my city, then my county, then my state, then the country. That's literally how this thing happens. We can overwhelm this system. 90 million people did not vote in the 2024 election. Last two Georgia gubernatorial elections, 900,000 to 1.1 million African Americans did not vote. In November 2024, 616,000 black folks alone in North Carolina did not vote. Texas has the largest number of eligible black voters in the country, but we don't maximize our numbers. I have been saying that we must be looking at a minimum of 70%. Harold Washington was elected mayor in Chicago in 1983 because 85% of all eligible black people voted. Andrew Young was elected to Congress because 72% of all eligible black people voted. But we ain't got to go back that far. 2008, 2012, more black people by percentage voted for Obama than white Americans. The first time in American history that happened. And there's no coincidence that 2008 and 2012 led to Shelby v. Holder because they were angry with that black turnout. And there's been an attack on black voters and black political power ever since then. And so every one of you who's watching now is coming upon you to get involved. There are multiple organizations. We have great capacity. Everywhere in every city in the South, every city, every week, there should be a citizenship education training event happening. Churches can say, we'll do the first week of the month, and you can spread it around. Y'all should be able to say, go here, first week, second week, third week, fourth week. So we got to be informing people, educating people, enlightening people, and connecting the dots because the assault on black America is real. I have 9 nieces and 4 nephews. This ain't about my fight. This is about what kind of world they're going to live in, and we need every single one of y'all to be activated and engaged. And trust me, if we show up and show out, they are going to be shocked. And when we cause a shock to this system, and what we're going to tell them is, y'all tried all of it. Y'all used not your Supreme Court, but your extreme court to take things away. And we going to show y'all how black people roll. Last point, a whole bunch of young folks keep saying, we're not our ancestors. You're right. You're not. Now is the point for you to show how they work and how you can do it. And so if you say that, well, it's time for you to show up. And just sitting here around and commenting on threads and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, that ain't it. You got to be in this game and ready to win. And so that's what we need everybody to do. And so that's what they're doing. They're committed. And then you got to be committed as well. So we appreciate everybody who's been watching, who've been sharing. Don't forget, support black-owned media. Support the folks that have been streaming this. We made it clear, the folks who do the work that we do every single day. You can watch us live 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel, Black Star Network. Look, we here 5 days a week. We stream 7 days a week. Of course, your support is also critical. And to Latasha's point, we got to fund this because understand, y'all can't keep asking black folk to go to white philanthropy for our community. And I'm purposely about to show you this here. So the shot that you're seeing when you see what's going on with us, very simple. Everything that you see here that we did, all this is owned. It's as simple as that. We own it, and that's the most important thing. Folks, that's it. We'll see y'all on Monday on Roland Martin Unfiltered. We're going to rebroadcast this all weekend as well. Y'all all take care. Holla!